Desperation makes you overlook red flags, but karma has a way of settling debts with interest. My name is Rebecca, and I've spent the last 2 years drowning in medical debt while fighting a battle on two fronts, one against an aggressive autoimmune condition that appeared without warning, and another against the crushing weight of abandonment. It wasn't always this way. Before my diagnosis, Daniel and I had what I thought was the perfect marriage. A charming 3-bedroom house in Westlake, matching careers in financial planning and ambitious dreams of early retirement by 50. Before we jump back in, tell us where you're tuning in from, and if this story touches you, make sure you're subscribed. Because tomorrow, I've saved something extra special for you. You worry too much about the worst-case scenarios, Daniel would tell me whenever I suggested increasing our emergency fund or purchasing better health insurance. His voice held that familiar teasing tone that always made me question my instincts. We're young, healthy, and have great jobs. Live a little. I'd smile and nod, ignoring the faint alarm bells. After all, he was the risk specialist at his firm, the one clients trusted with protective strategies for their assets. Surely he knew better than I did about preparing for the unexpected. Then came that ordinary Tuesday morning when I woke up, with swollen joints so painful I couldn't button my blouse. Within weeks, I was cycling through specialists, each one more concerned than the last. The mounting medical bills arrived before any concrete diagnosis did. Temporary setback, Daniel assured me, scrolling through his phone while I sat beside him in yet another waiting room. Insurance will cover most of it. But I caught the way his jaw tightened when the receptionist mentioned our deductible hadn't been met. That night, I found him hunched over his laptop, studying our finances with an intensity I'd never seen before. "Everything okay?" I asked, leaning against the doorframe of our home office, trying to hide the tremor in my hand. "Fine," he snapped, closing the screen too quickly. "Just work stuff." The diagnosis came during a cold, rainy afternoon, an aggressive form of rheumatoid arthritis that had somehow evaded early detection. The specialist, Dr. Walsh, spoke in measured tones about treatment options, long-term management, and lifestyle adjustments. But all I could focus on was Daniel's face, the way it transformed from concern to something else entirely. Calculation. "What about work?" he asked Dr. Walsh, not looking at me. "How long until she can get back to full-time?" The doctor's eyebrows rose slightly. "That's difficult to predict. With the right treatment protocol, many patients maintain their careers, but there will be adjustments. Flare-ups can be unpredictable. Support at home becomes crucial." Daniel nodded as if he understood, but the subtle shift in his posture told a different story. That night, he slept on his side of the bed, a careful distance between us that felt wider than the physical inches. Our insurance covered less than expected. The out-of-network specialists, the experimental treatments, the medical equipment, the bills accumulated faster than autumn leaves in our backyard. Every day brought new statements with alarming totals. "We should consider downsizing," I suggested. One evening, after calculating that my medical expenses had already surpassed $40,000. "Maybe sell the second car." Daniel stared at our kitchen island, running his finger along the expensive marble we'd splurged on during the renovation. "This isn't what I signed up for, Becca." The words hung in the air between us, sharp and irretrievable. "What does that mean?" I asked, though some part of me already knew. "It means I had plans. We had plans." His voice took on an edge I barely recognized. Early retirement, that sailing trip through the Mediterranean, the investment property in Colorado. Now, it's all medical bills and disability paperwork and— He stopped, glancing at the pill organizer by the sink. "I don't know how to do this." "Neither do I whispered. "But we promised for better or worse, remember?" He didn't answer, just walked out of the kitchen and disappeared into his office. Later, I heard him on the phone, voice low, using that forced laugh he reserved for networking events and difficult clients. My older sister Natalie visited the following weekend, her shrewd eyes missing nothing. While helping me organize my medications, she asked the question I'd been avoiding. How's Daniel handling all this? Really handling it? I busied myself with arranging pill bottles. He's adjusting. We both are. Natalie had never been Daniel's biggest fan, especially after he'd dismissed her concerns about our rushed engagement. And the financial side? These treatments can't be cheap. We're managing. The lie tasted bitter. In truth, I'd been hiding some of the medical statements, paying what I could from my dwindling personal savings, trying to shield our joint accounts from the worst of it. Rebecca. She put her hand over mine, stilling my nervous organization. You know Mom's estate is finally clearing probate soon. Your portion could help with— No, I interrupted. That money is for your kids' college fund and my retirement. Not for this temporary situation. I couldn't bring myself to tap into the modest inheritance our mother had left us, not when she'd worked so hard to save it for our futures. Besides, Daniel had been peculiarly dismissive of that inheritance, calling it negligible when I'd mentioned it after Mom's passing 2 years ago. What I didn't tell Natalie was how Daniel had started coming home later, missing doctor appointments, for unmovable client meetings, or how he'd suggested I ask my sister for a loan just the night before. A week later, I arrived home from physical therapy to find Daniel seated at our dining table, a stack of papers neatly arranged before him. His eyes were red-rimmed but dry, his expression set in that determined way I recognized from when he'd decided to switch investment firms 3 years earlier. We need to talk, he said, gesturing to the chair across from him. I lowered myself carefully, the day's therapy having left my joints tender and swollen. What's this? I've been going over everything. Our finances, the prognosis, the insurance, projections. He pushed a spreadsheet toward me, columns of numbers highlighted in alarming shades of red. We're looking at another $60,000 minimum this year alone, and that's assuming no complications. I can go back to work part-time, I offered. Melissa said she could give me some clients for remote advising. That's not going to be enough. Becca. His voice was flat, rehearsed. Not even close. Then we adjust, sell the house, move somewhere cheaper, cut expenses. I've already cut everything I can. He tapped another paper, this one filled with crossed-out items. Our weekend. Trips, his golf membership, my art classes, dinners out, all gone. At the bottom, circled multiple times, projected debt, 100,000 plus. Daniel will figure this out. I reached for his hand, but he pulled back. I already have, he said, sliding a final document across the table. I think we need some time, apart, to reassess. The words on the paper blurred as my eyes filled with tears. Separation agreement, division of assets, his signature already in place, the line below it empty, waiting for mine. This is temporary, I said, my voice small. The doctors say with the right treatment, but what if it's not? He stood up, pacing the dining room we'd so carefully decorated together. What if this is the new normal? The bills, the appointments, the limitations? I didn't sign up to be a caretaker, Rebecca. And I didn't sign up for an autoimmune disease. I shot back, anger finally breaking through the shock. But here we are. He had the decency to look ashamed, but only briefly. I've found an apartment closer to the office. I've listed most of the joint accounts in the agreement. You can keep the house for now, but honestly, selling might be your best option. For now? I stared at him, this stranger wearing my husband's face. You're planning to come back when— what? When I'm magically cured, when the bills stop. That's not fair. None of this is fair. The medical bills scattered as I stood too quickly, wincing as pain shot through my hip. You promised to love me through anything, and now you're walking out when things get hard. I'm trying to be practical, he insisted. 2 households will be cheaper than one drowning in medical debt. You'll qualify for better assistance programs. As a single income, it makes financial sense. Don't dress this up as you doing me a favor. Preparing and narrating this story took us a lot of time, so if you are enjoying it, subscribe to our channel. It means a lot to us. Now back to the story. The realization was dawning, cold, and certain. You're leaving because this isn't the life you wanted, because I'm not the perfect, healthy wife you signed up for. Daniel didn't deny it. He just stood there, car keys already in hand, overnight bag visible in the hallway. He'd planned this exit down to the minute. The agreement is fair, he said finally. More than fair, according to my lawyer. I'm giving you the house equity. That should cover the immediate medical expenses. How generous, I whispered, the betrayal lodging in my chest like a physical pain. And what happens when that runs out? He looked away, toward the window where our neighbor was mowing his lawn, life continuing normally just beyond our collapsing world. You might need to consider asking Natalie about that inheritance after all. And there it was, the final insult. Not only was he abandoning me to a mountain of medical debt and an uncertain future, but he was also suggesting I use my mother's hard-earned legacy to clean up the mess he was leaving behind. He was gone within the hour, promising to call in a few days to check in and discuss next steps. The separation agreement remained unsigned on the dining table, surrounded by medical bills totaling more than our wedding, honeymoon, and first year of marriage combined. That night, alone in our bed, I stared at the ceiling and made myself a promise. This wouldn't break me. Somehow, I would survive both this disease and Daniel's betrayal. I just had no idea yet how dramatically the tables would turn, or that the inheritance he'd so casually dismissed would become the very thing he'd come crawling back for. 3 weeks after Daniel walked out, I sat in Dr. Walsh's office, staring at yet another treatment plan with numbers that made my stomach lurch. The experimental biologic therapy he was recommending carried a price tag that would have bought us a luxury car before insurance, assuming insurance would cover it at all. I understand the financial concerns, Dr. Walsh said, removing her glasses. Her office was warm, decorated with plants and abstract paintings meant to soothe anxious patients. Nothing could soothe the panic rising in my chest as I calculated costs. But without aggressive intervention, we risk permanent joint damage. This could significantly impact your quality of life, your mobility, your independence. Independence. The word echoed in my mind. I'd lost my independence twice now, once to this disease, and again to Daniel's abandonment. I need time to think about it, I said, gathering my purse and the folder of information she'd prepared. Don't take too long, she cautioned. With autoimmune conditions, timing is everything. I nodded, too exhausted to explain that timing wasn't my only constraint. The separation agreement remained unsigned on my dining table, but Daniel had already transferred his portion of our savings to a private account, leaving me with barely enough to cover 3 months of mortgage payments. The health insurance, the premium plan that had been part of his employment package, would expire at the end of the month. The hospital parking lot was nearly empty when I reached my car. I sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel, and finally allowed myself the luxury of tears. Not delicate, dignified crying, but ugly, heaving sobs that left my face swollen and my throat raw. When the storm passed, I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand and reached for my phone. 3 missed calls from Natalie. 1 text from Daniel. Lawyer needs update on agreement. Dinner tomorrow to discuss? No. How are you feeling? No. How did the appointment go? Just business, as if our 10 years together had been nothing more than a contractual arrangement he was now looking to terminate with minimal inconvenience. I typed back, not feeling well enough for dinner. Send final. Documents by email. His response came quickly. Need to discuss house. In person is better. Lunch instead? The thought of sitting across from him, watching him eat while he explained why I should sell our home to pay for the illness that had inconveniently disrupted his plans made me nauseous. But a small, petty part of me, a part I barely recognized, wanted him to see firsthand what his abandonment had cost. Fine. 1 p.m. The place by the hospital. I chose the location deliberately. An overpriced cafe, frequented by medical staff and patients' families, where the chances of running into Dr. Walsh or one of my many specialists was high. Let him squirm under their knowing gazes. At home, the house felt cavernous and cold. Daniel had taken surprisingly little when he left. Some clothes, his personal electronics, the golf trophies he'd been so proud of. Everything else remained. A museum to our former life. The wedding photos still hung in the hallway, mocking me with frozen smiles and promises neither of us had truly understood. I sank onto the couch, surrounded by the life we'd built, and the bills that were dismantling it piece by piece. Medical statements covered the coffee table, hospital stays, specialist consultations, physical therapy sessions, prescription medications. Some bore angry red past due stamps. Others came with threatening language about collections and credit impacts. My phone rang again. Natalie, making her 4th attempt of the day. "I'm fine," I said by way of greeting. Clearly, her voice was dry. "That's why you're ignoring my calls." "I had an appointment with Dr. Walsh." "And? What did she say about the new treatment?" I sighed, massaging my temple where a headache was forming. "She thinks it's my best option for preventing permanent damage." "Then you'll do it," Natalie said, as if it were the simplest decision in the world. "It's not that easy, Nat. The cost? Mom's inheritance," she interrupted. "It's time, Becca. The probate finally cleared yesterday." A weight lifted, momentarily, then settled again. "I told you that's not what Mom would have wanted." "Mom would have wanted you healthy." Natalie's voice softened. "You know that." "I'm not using her money to clean up the mess Daniel left behind." "Then don't think of it that way. Think of it as an investment in your future, the future mom. Saved for." I stared at the ceiling, tracing the hairline crack that Daniel had promised to fix last summer. "How much?" I asked finally. "More than we thought." There was a smile in her voice. "The stocks performed better than expected, and the property in Lakeside sold for well above asking." "That still doesn't tell me how much, Nat." "A little over $2 million. Each." The phone nearly slipped from my hand. $2 million? That's impossible. Mom was a high school librarian who inherited her brother's tech investments and lived frugally her entire life. Apparently, Uncle Leo's startup shares were worth a lot more than anyone realized when he died. The lawyer called it mature growth investment with compounded returns. I call it a miracle. $2 million. The number floated in front of me, disconnected from reality. It could pay off every medical bill, existing and future. It could secure a smaller, more manageable home. It could provide financial independence for years, maybe decades. "Daniel doesn't know," I said, the realization landing like a stone. "He thinks it's just the house in Lakeside." "Of course he doesn't know. Mom never trusted him with details, and the estate's been in probate for nearly 2 years. Natalie paused. "You're not planning to tell him, are you?" "I'm seeing him for lunch tomorrow. He wants to discuss the separation agreement." "Becca," Natalie's voice held a warning. "Don't let him manipulate you now. You know how he operates." I did know. Daniel had a talent for making people feel like his ideas were their own, for presenting his preferences as objective facts. It had worked on me for years. His insistence that we didn't need comprehensive health insurance, that my concerns about emergency savings were excessive anxiety, that his career should take priority because it had greater growth potential. I'd believed it all, surrendering my financial independence piece by piece. I'm not the same person he left, I said, surprising myself with the steel in my voice. No, you're not, Natalie agreed. You're stronger than you think, Becca. After hanging up, I dragged myself to the shower, letting hot water pound away some of the day's tension. In the steamy mirror afterward, I barely recognized the woman staring back at me, thinner, paler, with shadows under her eyes that spoke of sleepless nights and constant pain, but there was something else there too, a firmness around the mouth that hadn't existed before. The inheritance changed everything and nothing. It solved the immediate financial crisis but couldn't erase the betrayal, couldn't restore my faith in the man who'd promised to stand by me through anything, couldn't heal the disease that had triggered this collapse. That night, I did something I hadn't done since Daniel left. I went into our home office, his domain, really, where he'd managed our finances with proprietary possessiveness. The password to his computer had been changed, but the filing cabinet still opened with the key hidden beneath the potted plant on the windowsill. Inside, organized with his characteristic precision, lay our financial history. I pulled out folder after folder, tax returns, investment statements, insurance policies, property documents. For hours, I spread them across the floor, educating myself on the details I'd allowed him to handle throughout our marriage. What emerged was a pattern I should have seen years ago. Joint accounts that gradually shifted to his name only. Investment properties with his family members as co-owners rather than me. Insurance policies that protected his income but offered minimal coverage for mine. By midnight, my eyes burned from reading financial jargon, but a plan was forming. I gathered the most important documents into a new folder and texted my college roommate Paige, now a divorce attorney in the neighboring county. Need professional advice. Can I come by your office tomorrow morning? Her response came immediately, despite the late hour. Of course. 9 a.m. Bring everything. I slept better that night than I had in weeks, despite the joint pain that normally kept me tossing and turning. When morning came, I dressed with care. Not in the comfortable, loose clothing I'd adopted since my diagnosis, but in a sharp blazer and trousers that had once been my work uniform. They hung a bit loose now, but the effect was still professional. Intentional. Paige's office occupied the top floor of a converted Victorian in the historic district. Her assistant showed me in immediately, and I found her behind a massive desk, reading glasses perched on her nose as she reviewed a document. "Rebecca," she stood, coming around to embrace me gently. "You look terrible." I was going to say determined. I smiled, the expression feeling foreign on my face. I need to end my marriage without getting gutted in the process. Paige gestured to the chair across from her desk. "Tell me everything." For the next hour, I laid out the situation. My diagnosis, the mounting medical bills, Daniel's abandonment, and finally, the unexpected inheritance. Paige took notes, occasionally asking for clarification, but mostly listening with the focused attention that had made her one of the most sought-after divorce attorneys in the state. "He's expecting me to sign the separation agreement he prepared," I concluded. "We're meeting for lunch today." "Don't sign anything," Paige said immediately. "Not without proper review. From what you've told me, this agreement heavily favors his interests." "That's Daniel," I said with a bitter laugh. "Always looking out for number one." "What do you want, Rebecca?" Paige set down her pen. "Not what you think is fair or reasonable. What do you actually want?" The question caught me off guard. What did I want? For months, my focus had narrowed to survival, managing pain, paying bills, getting through each day. Wants had become an unaffordable luxury. I paused, the answer crystallizing. I want to be free. From the debt, from the fear, and from him. I want to rebuild my life on my terms. Paige nodded, satisfied. "Then let's make that happen." She outlined a strategy that made my head spin with its calculated boldness. When she finished, I sat back, both terrified and exhilarated. "Can we really do that?" I asked. "We can, and we will." She handed me a business card. "This is Ryan Mitchell, the best forensic accountant I know. He'll review all your financial records before we proceed." I tucked the card into my purse, glancing at my watch. "I need to go. Lunch with Daniel in an hour." "Remember," Paige said, as she walked me to the door, "say as little as possible. Let him talk, and whatever he offers, whatever he threatens, don't sign anything." The cafe was busy when I arrived. Medical staff in scrubs mingling with visitors and patients well enough to escape hospital food. I spotted Daniel immediately, seated by the window in a crisp button-down shirt that probably cost more than my monthly medication. He stood when he saw me, face arranged in an expression of concern that didn't reach his eyes. "Becca." He leaned in for a cheek kiss that I deftly avoided by sliding into my seat. "You look. How are you feeling?" "Let's skip the pleasantries," I said, placing my purse on the table like a barrier between us. "You wanted to discuss the house." Something flickered across his face, surprise perhaps at my directness. The old Rebecca would have played along with his performance of caring ex-husband, grateful for any crumb of attention. "Yes, well?" He cleared his throat, opening a leather portfolio that no doubt contained the separation agreement. "As I mentioned before, selling might be your best option, given the circumstances." "The circumstances being that you've left me with 6 figures of medical debt while I battle a chronic illness?" I kept my voice even, conscious of the neighboring tables. "That's not entirely fair," he frowned. "The medical situation is unfortunate for both of us." "Both of us?" I repeated, incredulous. "Remind me, which one of us is in constant pain and facing financial ruin?" Daniel had the grace to look uncomfortable. "Look, I'm trying to be practical here. The house is too large for one person, especially someone with mobility considerations. The maintenance alone. I'm not selling." He blinked, thrown, off script. "Becca, be reasonable. The equity could cover a significant portion of your medical expenses, and something smaller would be more manageable for your condition." "I appreciate your concern," I said, the words coated in ice. "But I've decided to keep the house." "That's not—" he began, then caught himself. "I mean, have you run the numbers? The mortgage alone?" "Will be fine," I interrupted. "I've figured it out." Daniel's eyes narrowed, the calculating look I once mistook for thoughtful consideration. "How exactly? You're on medical leave, the insurance is expiring, and your savings are my concern now, not yours." I took a sip of water, savoring his confusion. "You made your choice, Daniel. You don't get input on how I manage without you." "The separation agreement needs revision," I cut in. "I've consulted my own attorney. You'll be hearing from her soon." The shock on his face was almost worth the pain of the past months. Almost. "Your attorney?" He lowered his voice. "Becca, we discussed handling this amicably, without expensive legal battles neither of us can afford." "You can't afford," I corrected, "and amicable left the building when you abandoned your sick wife with crushing medical debt." Daniel leaned forward, dropping all pretense of concern. "What's going on? Did Natalie loan you money?" His eyes widened slightly. "The inheritance? Did it finally clear probate?" The question hung between us, and I saw the calculation happening behind his eyes, the mental adjustments, the reconsideration of his position, the reassessment of my value. I stood, gathering my purse. "I believe our business is concluded for today. As I said, your lawyer will be hearing from mine." "Rebecca, wait." His hand shot out, catching my wrist. "Maybe I've been hasty. We should talk about reconciliation options. Consider couples counseling." I gently but firmly removed his fingers from my arm. "Goodbye, Daniel." As I walked away, I felt his eyes on my back, measuring and assessing. The predator who had scented potential prey. But for the first time since my diagnosis, since his betrayal, I didn't feel like prey at all. I felt like a hunter. You did what? Natalie's voice rose an octave as she paced my kitchen the following morning. She'd arrived unannounced, arms laden with groceries and a determined expression. I told him I wasn't selling the house. I sipped my tea, enjoying the rare moment of relative pain relief that sometimes came with mornings. And that he'd be hearing from my lawyer. Did you tell him about the inheritance? No, but he guessed something was up. I described the calculating look that had crossed Daniel's face, the sudden shift from dismissive to interested. He actually suggested reconciliation. Can you believe it? Natalie snorted, unpacking organic vegetables and bone broth. Reconciliation. How generous of him to consider taking you back now that you might not be a financial liability. I'm meeting with the forensic accountant this afternoon. Paige thinks we might find some irregularities in how Daniel managed our finances. Of course you will. Natalie chopped vegetables with unnecessary force. He's been setting this up for years, Becca. I saw it happening, but you wouldn't listen. The accusation stung, mostly because it held truth. I trusted him, I said quietly. That's what you do in a marriage. Natalie's expression softened. She set down her knife and came to sit beside me. I know you did, and that's not on you. It's on him. He betrayed that trust. My phone buzzed with a text from Daniel. Bin. Thinking about our situation. Let's have dinner tonight to discuss options. I miss you. I showed it to Natalie, who made a gagging noise. He misses your potential millions. I haven't decided what to do yet, I admitted. About the inheritance. I mean, what's to decide? Use it to get healthy, get free of Daniel, and rebuild your life. It wasn't that simple, though. $2 million was a life-changing sum, but autoimmune conditions were expensive, unpredictable, and lifelong. Without careful planning, even that amount could be depleted by decades of specialized care. And there was something else, a whisper of an idea that had come to me during those long nights awake with pain. A purpose for my mother's legacy that went beyond personal security. I want to do something meaningful with it, I said, watching Natalie slide a soup pot onto the stove. Something that would make Mom proud. Getting healthy would make Mom proud. Natalie had always been the practical one. Beyond that, I traced patterns on the kitchen table, organizing my thoughts. Did you know that medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy in this country? That people with chronic illnesses often lose everything: homes, savings, relationships, even with insurance? Natalie turned from the stove, studying my face. You're thinking of starting some kind of foundation. Maybe. Something to help. People who are going through what I'm going through, but without the safety net of an inheritance. That's actually brilliant, Natalie said slowly. But first, you need to secure your own future. Starting with ditching the deadweight husband. I nodded, already formulating plans. I won't tell Daniel about the foundation idea. Not yet. Don't tell him anything, Natalie advised. Let him keep showing his true colors. After she left, I texted Daniel back. Not ready for dinner. Still processing everything. Need space. His response came quickly. I understand. Take all the time you need. I'm here when you're ready to talk. The message was crafted to appear considerate, but I recognized the manipulation now, the strategic patience of a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. Ryan Mitchell, the forensic accountant Paige had recommended, operated from a sleek downtown office with views of the river. He was younger than I expected, with sharp eyes that missed nothing and a demeanor that balanced professionalism with compassion. Financial abuse is more common than most people realize, he said after reviewing the folders I'd brought. especially in relationships where one partner handles all money matters. I wouldn't call it abuse, I said automatically, the denial instinctive after years of minimizing Daniel's behaviors. Ryan's expression remained neutral. What would you call systematically removing a spouse's name from accounts, redirecting assets, and creating financial dependency? Put that way, it was harder to defend. I trusted him to handle our finances. Most victims do. He used the word matter-of-factly, not as an accusation or label. That's what makes it effective. For the next 2 hours, Ryan methodically deconstructed our financial history, highlighting patterns I'd overlooked or rationalized. The gradual transfer of my personal savings into joint accounts that later became Daniel's sole property. The refinancing of our home that increased the debt while extracting equity. The investment accounts in his name only, funded by our joint resources. And this is interesting, Ryan said, pointing to a series of transfers dating back 3 years. Regular movements from your joint savings to this account number. Do you know what this is? I shook my head, the account number unfamiliar. I'll need to trace it, but these are significant amounts, when $500 to $3,000 monthly. He made a note in his already substantial file. When did your health issues begin? The diagnosis came 6 months ago, but looking back, there were symptoms for about a year before that. A pattern was emerging that made my stomach clench. You think he was preparing? Moving money because he suspected I was getting sick? Ryan's face remained professionally neutral. I can't speak to his motivations, but the timing is suggestive. The transfers accelerated about 10 months ago. The implications settled over me like a cold fog. Daniel hadn't just abandoned me when I became ill. He'd been extracting himself, financially for months, perhaps sensing my body's betrayal before I did. What now? I asked, feeling numb. Now we get complete disclosure of all accounts, assets, and liabilities. Ryan closed his notebook. Your attorney will file for discovery as part of the divorce proceedings. He'll fight it, I said, remembering Daniel's insistence on handling things amicably, his code for controlling the narrative and the outcome. They always do. Ryan smiled for the first time, a sharp expression that held no humor. But financial records don't lie, Mrs. Harlow, and I'm very good at making them tell their secrets. I left Ryan's office with a clarity I hadn't felt in months. The fog of betrayal and fear had begun to lift, replaced by a cold determination. Daniel had systematically stripped away my financial autonomy throughout our marriage. The disease had merely accelerated his exit strategy, not created it. On the drive home, I made a detour to the small branch bank where my mother had kept her accounts for decades. The manager, Mrs. Patel, had known my mother for years and greeted me with genuine warmth. Rebecca, how lovely to see you. Your sister mentioned you might be coming in. I need to open a new account, I said, something completely separate from my existing finances. Mrs. Patel nodded, no questions asked. We can certainly help with that. Personal checking and savings to start? And a business account, I added, the decision crystallizing as I spoke. For a charitable foundation. Her eyebrows rose slightly, but her professional demeanor never faltered. Of course. Let's get you set up in my office. An hour later, I left with new accounts, new cards, and new passwords that Daniel would never know. The foundation remained just an idea, a framework without details, but taking this first step felt momentous. At home, I found 3 voice messages from Daniel, and a delivery of flowers with a card that read, "Thinking of you. Let's talk soon." I placed the flowers on the porch of our elderly neighbor, Mrs. Winslow, who'd been kind enough to bring me homemade soup during those first difficult weeks after Daniel left. The card I tore into tiny pieces and scattered in the recycling bin. That evening, Dr. Walsh called with the news I'd been dreading. The insurance company had denied coverage for the experimental treatment. There's an appeals process, she said, her voice tight with the frustration of a healer constrained by bureaucracy. But it takes time, and honestly, the success rate for appeals isn't encouraging. How much time do I have? I asked, meaning both the appeals process and the progression of joint damage. For the appeal, 30 days to file the initial paperwork. For treatment efficacy. She paused. The sooner we begin, the better your long-term prognosis. And the cost without insurance? Around $12,000 per treatment cycle. We'd be looking at a minimum of 6 cycles to determine efficacy. The numbers should have terrified me. $72,000 on top of the existing medical debt. But instead, I felt a strange calm. For the first time since my diagnosis, I had options. I'd like to proceed with the treatment, I said. I'll cover the costs directly. Dr. Walsh's surprise was evident even over the phone. Are you certain, Rebecca? There are other treatment paths we could explore that might have better insurance coverage. I'm certain. The decision felt right. A reclaiming of control over my health and future. When can we start? I can schedule the first infusion for next week. But Rebecca, I have to ask, has your financial situation changed? This is a significant expense. I thought about the inheritance sitting in new accounts under my name only, about the foundation taking shape in my mind, about Daniel's calculated abandonment and equally calculated attempts at reconciliation. Let's just say I've recently come into some resources, I replied, and I'm finally putting my health first. After hanging up, I opened my laptop and typed Medical Debt Relief Foundation into a new document. For the next several hours, I researched similar organizations, sketched program structures, and drafted a mission statement. The work absorbed me completely, pain and fatigue temporarily forgotten in the flow of purposeful activity. My phone buzzed several times with messages from Daniel, each more concerned than the last. Haven't heard back from you. Everything okay? Paige Lawrence contacted my lawyer today. Divorce proceedings? I thought we were considering reconciliation. Please call me, Becca. We should discuss this in person before involving attorneys. Think about what's best for both of us. I ignored them all, focused on the blueprint taking shape before me. By midnight, I had the skeleton of a plan, a foundation that would provide assistance to patients facing medical bankruptcy, with a special focus on those abandoned by spouses or family members during health crises. The idea energized me in a way nothing had since before my diagnosis. This wouldn't just be about spending my inheritance. It would be about transforming my painful experience into something redemptive and meaningful. My phone rang once more. Daniel again. This time I answered. It's midnight, I said by way of greeting. I've been worried sick. His voice held that perfect blend of concern and restraint. You haven't answered my messages. I've been busy. With Paige Lawrence, Becca, a divorce attorney? That's a bit extreme, don't you think? No more extreme than abandoning your wife when she gets sick? I kept my voice level, determined not to give him the emotional response he was fishing for. I panicked, he admitted, the confession clearly rehearsed. The medical bills, the uncertainty, it overwhelmed me. But I've had time to think, to realize what really matters. And what's that, Daniel? Us, our marriage, the vows we took. He paused dramatically. I want to come home, Becca. I want to take care of you, like I promised. The practiced sincerity would have moved me once. Now it just confirmed what I already knew. Daniel hadn't changed. He'd simply recalculated based on new information. That's not possible, I said simply. Why not? Everyone deserves a second chance. We could go to counseling, rebuild our trust. Because I've changed, I interrupted. Because I see you clearly now. Is this about the inheritance? He asked, dropping all pretense. Because if that's what's giving you confidence to pursue a divorce, you should know that marital assets... Goodbye, Daniel. I hung up, blocking his number before he could call back. Then I returned to my foundation blueprint, adding a new program component: legal assistance for patients dealing with divorce during medical crises. The irony wasn't lost on me. Daniel's betrayal was literally shaping the structure of the organization that would help others avoid his fate. My phone buzzed with an email notification, a message from Daniel sent to my rarely used account, circumventing the phone block. Subject: Please reconsider, Becca. I understand you're angry and you have every right to be. But making major legal decisions during a health crisis isn't wise. Let's meet with a mediator before things go too far. I still care about you deeply and want what's best for us both. Daniel. I forwarded the email to Paige with a brief note, for the record. Then I shut down my laptop and headed to bed. Tomorrow would bring a meeting with Paige to formalize the divorce proceedings, another appointment with Ryan Mitchell to trace Daniel's hidden accounts, and the first concrete steps toward establishing my foundation. For the first time in months, I fell asleep, not to thoughts of pain and betrayal, but to visions of possibility and purpose. Daniel had walked away believing I was broken beyond repair, a liability to be discarded. He couldn't have been more wrong. I wasn't broken. I was transforming. And the butterfly emerging from this chrysalis of suffering would bear little resemblance to the trusting wife he'd left behind. The first infusion of the experimental treatment took 3 hours. I sat in a reclining chair in the oncology ward, the only place equipped for such lengthy IV procedures, watching clear medication drip slowly into my veins, wondering if this $12,000 solution would finally give me relief from the constant pain and inflammation. First time? The woman in the chair beside me looked about my age, though her disease had progressed further, her fingers visibly twisted by rheumatoid arthritis. Is it that obvious? I attempted a smile. We all had a first time. She introduced herself as Elena. 6 treatments in myself. It gets easier. Does it work? I couldn't help asking the question that consumed my thoughts. Elena flexed her hands thoughtfully. Some days are better than others, but yes, for me at least it's making a difference. Without it, I'd probably be in a wheelchair by now. Insurance? I ventured, curious about her situation. Denied 3 times. She laughed without humor. I'm working 4 jobs and my parents remortgaged their house. Still won't be enough long term, but we're taking it 1 treatment at a time. Her story confirmed what my research had shown. Countless patients making impossible choices, families sacrificing everything for medical care, lives derailed by the cruel calculus of chronic illness. My foundation couldn't come soon enough. What about you? Elena asked. You're paying out of pocket too? I nodded, unsure how much to share. I recently came into some resources. Lucky. The word contained no bitterness, just simple acknowledgement of fortune's arbitrary nature. Not entirely lucky, I said, thinking of my mother's death, of Daniel's abandonment, of all that had been lost on my way to this chair. But I'm grateful. The nurse came to check my IV, her experienced hands gentle as she adjusted the flow. Rate. First treatments often make patients tired, she warned. Do you have someone picking you up? Once, that someone would have been Daniel. Now I shook my head. I can call a rideshare. I'm here all day for my husband's chemo, said an elderly woman who had been quietly knitting nearby. I'd be happy to give you a lift if you live in the North End. This simple kindness from a stranger brought unexpected tears to my eyes. Thank you. That would be wonderful. By the time the infusion finished, fatigue had settled into my bones. Like lead. The elderly woman who introduced herself as Dorothy helped me to her sensible sedan and drove me home with minimal conversation, somehow understanding that talking required energy I no longer possessed. My Harold was the same way after his first few treatments, she commented as she helped me to my front door. Rest is the best medicine now. I thanked her and promised to repay the kindness my mind already spinning with ideas for transportation, assistance through the foundation. So many patients faced this same logistical challenge, too sick to drive themselves, too financially strained for alternatives, too proud to constantly impose on friends and family. Inside, I found 3 voice messages from Daniel, who had apparently gotten a new number to bypass my block. Each message grew progressively more concerned, culminating in a threat to come check on me if I didn't respond. The landline rang just as I was settling onto the couch. Exhausted, I answered without checking the caller ID. Rebecca? Thank God. Daniel's voice sent a jolt of adrenaline through my fatigue. I've been trying to reach you all day. I was at a medical appointment. My defenses rose automatically. What kind of appointment? Are you okay? His concern sounded genuine, but I recognize the pattern now. Gather information, calculate implications, adjust approach accordingly. I'm fine, just tired. I had no intention of telling him about the experimental treatment or its astronomical cost. I talked to my lawyer today, he continued, smoothly changing tactics. This divorce approach is going to be expensive and drawn out. It doesn't make sense for either of us, especially with your health situation. My health situation. The phrase hung between us, loaded with meaning. You mean the one you walked away from? I made a mistake, he said, his voice softening, to the tone he used when persuading reluctant clients. A terrible, unforgivable mistake. But dragging this through the courts will only deplete resources we both need. We? The pronoun struck me as absurd given our separate lives. Yes, we. He paused, timing his delivery for maximum impact. I still care about you, Becca. I still want to be your husband, to honor my vows for better or worse, in sickness and in health. The words that would have melted my resolve a month ago now rang hollow. That's very touching, Daniel. Unfortunately, your timing is suspect. What does that mean? It means your renewed devotion coincides remarkably well with your suspicion about my financial situation. That's not fair, he protested, injured dignity perfected over years of practice. I've been doing a lot of soul searching, talking to a therapist, actually. This was new. Daniel had always dismissed therapy as paying strangers to listen to problems you should solve yourself. Another calculated adjustment, no doubt. I'm glad to hear that, I said neutrally. I hope it helps you become a better person, but it doesn't change my decision to proceed with the divorce. At least meet with me and a mediator, he persisted, before the lawyers drain us both dry, for old time's sake, if nothing else. The fatigue from the treatment was overwhelming, me making it difficult to maintain my defenses. I'll think about it, I conceded, mostly to end the conversation. Thank you. The relief in his voice was palpable. That's all I'm asking, just a conversation. After hanging up, I dragged myself to bed, too exhausted even for dinner. The treatment's side effects wrapped around me like a heavy blanket, pulling me into dreamless sleep. I woke the next morning to sunlight streaming through curtains I'd forgotten to close and the insistent ringing of the doorbell. Disoriented, I checked the time, 10:15 a.m., hours later than I normally rose. The doorbell rang again, followed by knocking. Wrapping myself in a robe, I made my way cautiously to the front door and peered through the peephole. Daniel stood on the porch, a bakery box in one hand and a bouquet of flowers in the other. Peonies, my favorite. His hair was freshly cut, his expression arranged in concerned anticipation. For a moment, I considered pretending to be out, but the car in the driveway betrayed my presence, and Daniel's persistence would only increase if ignored. I opened, the door just wide enough to speak through. "What are you doing here?" Relief crossed his face. "You weren't answering your phone. I was worried after our call last night. You sounded exhausted." "I was sleeping." "At 10 a.m.? His eyes narrowed. Slightly professional concern masking calculation. "That's not like you." People change. I made no move to invite him in. Why are you here, Daniel? He held up the bakery box. Cinnamon rolls from Greta's, and flowers, peace offerings. Once, this gesture would have melted my resistance. Now I saw it for what it was, a tactical maneuver designed to leverage our shared history to establish emotional inroads into my defenses. I'm not hungry. I stayed firmly in the doorway. You look pale. He studied my face with the intensity that had once made me feel cherished, now making me feel assessed. Are you taking your medications? Following the diet plan? My health is no longer your concern. Daniel sighed, adjusting his approach. Can I come in for just a few minutes? Please? There are things we should discuss that shouldn't be shouted across the neighborhood. I glanced at our neighbors' houses, aware that our standoff was likely drawing curious eyes. The last thing I needed was to become the subject of local gossip. 5 minutes, I conceded, stepping back. He entered with the confident familiarity of someone returning to his own territory, heading straight for the kitchen where he set down his offerings and began preparing coffee without asking. You look like you could use this, he said, measuring grounds into the machine I'd bought him for our last anniversary. Late night? Treatment day, I answered without thinking, then inwardly cursed my fatigue-induced honesty. His hand paused over the coffee maker. Treatment? What treatment? Too late to backtrack now. The experimental biologic therapy Dr. Walsh recommended. I had my first infusion yesterday. Daniel's expression cycled rapidly through surprise, confusion, and calculation. But the insurance denied it. We discussed this. The cost is prohibitive. I found a way. He processed this information visibly, connecting dots, formulating theories. The inheritance, he said finally. It came through. I neither confirmed nor denied, watching him recalibrate in real time. Becca, he began, voice softening to the tone he used for closing important deals. I'm glad you're getting the treatment you need. That's what matters most. Your health. Is it? I leaned against the counter, suddenly too tired for pretense. Because a few weeks ago, what mattered most was protecting your financial future. From my medical expenses. He flinched, but recovered quickly. I was scared and overwhelmed. It was wrong to leave, I know that now. What exactly do you know, Daniel? That I made the biggest mistake of my life. He stepped closer, radiating sincerity. That money and security mean nothing without you. That I want to make amends, to be the husband you deserve. The coffee maker beeped, breaking the moment. Daniel poured 2 cups, adding a splash of almond milk to mine exactly as I preferred. Here, he offered the mug like a peace treaty. Let's sit down and talk like adults, about the future. I accepted the coffee but made no move toward the dining table he indicated. What future are you imagining exactly? One where we're together, fighting this disease as a team, where I support you through treatments, help manage the medical coordination, handle the insurance appeals. He smiled, earnest and determined. We can face anything together, Becca. We always could. Except we didn't, I said simply. When things got tough, you left. And I'll regret that until my dying day. He set down his untouched coffee. But people deserve second chances, don't they? The opportunity to learn from their mistakes? Before I could answer, my phone rang from the bedroom, Paige's ringtone. I need to take that, I said, grateful for the interruption. Of course. Daniel picked up his coffee again, settling into a kitchen chair with the air of someone prepared to wait. I'll be here. In the bedroom, I closed the door before answering. Perfect timing, I told Paige. Everything okay? You sound strained. Daniel showed up at my door with flowers and pastries, talking about reconciliation and second chances. Paige's laugh was short and knowing. Let me guess, right after finding out about the inheritance? He just confirmed his suspicions. I accidentally mentioned the experimental treatment. Don't tell him anything more, she cautioned. Actually, I'm calling with news that might help get rid of him. Ryan's preliminary report is ready. Can you come to the office this afternoon? What did he find? I lowered my voice, aware of Daniel's potential eavesdropping. Better discussed in person, but let's just say your husband has been very busy with your joint assets. 2 o'clock work for you? Perfect. I glanced at the bedside clock, nearly 4 hours away. Somehow, I needed to get Daniel out of my house in the meantime. When I returned to the kitchen, I found him scrolling through his phone, frowning at something on the screen. He quickly set it down when he noticed me. Everything okay? He asked, the picture of husbandly concern. Fine. What's so interesting? On your phone? Just checking markets. The lie came smoothly. Habit. I nodded, not believing him for a second. I appreciate the coffee and the concern, Daniel, but I have an appointment this afternoon and need to rest beforehand. I could drive you, he offered immediately. Where is it, doctor? Attorney, I said bluntly, watching his expression. Shift. And I'm perfectly capable of driving myself. Becca, please. He stood, crossing to where I leaned against the doorframe. Let's not involve lawyers any more than necessary. They'll turn this into a battle neither of us wants. I don't want a battle, I agreed. I just want a fair dissolution of our marriage. Is that really what you want? He moved closer, invading my personal space with practiced precision. To throw away 10 years over one mistake? To face this illness alone when you don't have to? His cologne, the expensive one I'd given him last Christmas, enveloped me, triggering memories of happier times. For a dangerous moment, I felt my resolve wavering. How easy it would be to lean into the familiar comfort he offered, to believe, this reformed version of the man I'd married. Then I remembered the night he'd walked out, leaving me surrounded by medical bills and uncertainty. The calculated way he'd planned his financial exit long before his physical one. The systematic manner in which he'd isolated me from our finances throughout our marriage. I stepped back, creating distance. What I want is for you to leave now. I need to rest before my appointment. Disappointment flashed across his face, quickly masked by understanding. Of course. The treatment must be exhausting. He gathered his keys from the counter where he'd set them. Can I call you tomorrow? Maybe bring dinner. I'll be busy for the next few days, I said, moving toward the front door in clear dismissal. I'll let you know when I'm ready to talk again. At the door, he turned back, one hand on the frame. I am sorry, Rebecca. Truly. I know it will take time to rebuild your trust, but I'm committed to doing whatever it takes. Goodbye, Daniel. After he left, I checked the house carefully, half expecting to find some surveillance device or hidden camera. Daniel's sudden reappearance and intense interest in reconciliation felt too calculated, too convenient. Finding nothing obvious, I showered and dressed with care for my meeting with Paige and Ryan. Whatever they had discovered about Daniel's financial maneuvering, I wanted to face it looking composed and confident, not like the exhausted patient he'd just witnessed. I arrived at Paige's office 15 minutes early, using the time to center myself. The side effects from yesterday's treatment lingered as a bone-deep fatigue, but something else was emerging alongside it, a strange clarity that cut through the brain fog that had plagued me for months. Paige greeted me with an unexpected hug. You look better, she said, studying my face. Treatment going okay? Too early to tell, but I feel different. I followed her into the conference room where Ryan Mitchell waited, multiple folders spread across the polished table. Rebecca. He stood, shaking my hand firmly. Thank you for coming in. What did you find? I asked, skipping pleasantries. Ryan and Paige exchanged glances. Perhaps you should sit down, Paige suggested. I took a seat, apprehension building. That bad? Illuminating, Ryan corrected, opening the top folder. I've completed a preliminary analysis of your financial records, and the pattern is quite clear. For the past 3 years, your husband has been systematically diverting funds from joint accounts to a series of private accounts and investments. How much? My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Ryan slid a document across the table. Approximately $418,000. The number hit me like a physical blow. That's impossible. We didn't have that kind of money. You did, Ryan said simply. Your joint income was substantial, and you lived well below your means, a strategy that on paper should have built significant savings. The money was there, but it wasn't where you thought it was. Where then? Multiple places, a private investment account in his name only. A rental property in Colorado purchased 2 years ago through an LLC he controls. And most recently, transfers to an offshore account in the Caymans. My head spun with implications. He was planning this for years. It appears so, Paige confirmed gently. The account movements accelerated after your first symptoms appeared, but the pattern was established long before. Can we get it back? The question came automatically, though the inheritance made the amount less critical to my immediate survival. Some of it, absolutely. Paige's expression turned fierce. This level of financial subterfuge will not play well in court. Judges take a very dim view of spouses hiding assets. Ryan nodded in agreement. The paper trail is exceptionally clear. Your husband made minimal effort to conceal these movements, suggesting he never expected them to be scrutinized. Because he never expected me to fight back, I realized. He thought I'd be too sick, too overwhelmed, too financially dependent to challenge him. Exactly. Paige gathered the documents into a neat pile. Which brings us to next steps. I've prepared a petition for emergency financial restraints to prevent any further movement of assets. We'll file it today. And then? Then we go. On offense. Her smile was all attorney now, strategically predatory. Full financial disclosure, forensic accounting of all accounts, deposition of your husband regarding these hidden assets. He showed up at my house this morning, I told them. Flowers, pastries, talk of reconciliation. Ryan's eyebrows rose. After confirming your inheritance? Yes, he figured it out when I mentioned the experimental treatment. Paige made a note in her file. Classic. Once he realized you had resources, you became valuable again. What should I do? He's pushing hard for mediation instead of litigation. Of course he is, Paige scoffed. Mediation would shield these financial movements from court scrutiny, keep him at arm's length while we proceed with discovery. I nodded, a plan forming. I'll tell him I'm considering reconciliation, but need time. That should keep him from doing anything drastic while you prepare the financial restraint order. Perfect. Paige looked impressed. That gives us the element of surprise. As I left the office with copies of Ryan's preliminary findings, my phone buzzed with a text from Daniel. Thinking of you. How about dinner tomorrow? I can cook at the house like old times. I smiled at the screen, a predator's smile I wouldn't have recognized on my face a month ago. Still recovering from treatment. Maybe next week. Thinking about what you said about second chances. His response came immediately. Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere this time. Love you. Those last 2 words, once treasured, now weaponized. Daniel thought he was reeling me back in, dangling reconciliation and support before a desperate, sick woman. He had no idea that the tables had turned, that his own financial machinations were about to be exposed, that the wife he'd dismissed as helpless was now several steps ahead. I slipped my phone back into my purse and headed for the pharmacy to fill prescriptions that would help manage the treatment's side effects. The medication was expensive, nearly $300 for a month's supply. But I paid without flinching, a small luxury after years of agonizing over every health-related expense. As I waited for the pharmacist to process the order, my phone rang with a call from a number I didn't recognize. "Rebecca Harlow?" A woman's professional voice inquired when I answered. "Yes?" "This is Valerie McKenzie from Riverside Bank. I'm calling about your application to establish the Medical Debt Relief Foundation." My pulse quickened. "Yes. We've reviewed your initial proposal and would like to schedule a meeting with our Charitable Foundations Department. Your concept aligns well with our community outreach initiatives." Another piece falling into place. "That would be wonderful. When were you thinking? Would next Tuesday at 2 p.m. work for you?" I opened my calendar app, noting a follow-up. "With Ryan Mitchell that morning. Tuesday is perfect." After confirming details, I collected my medication and walked back to my car, feeling oddly light despite the treatment fatigue still dragging at my limbs. In just a few weeks, I'd gone from abandoned victim to strategic planner, from financially dependent wife to independent force. Daniel had no idea what was coming. Neither did the countless patients struggling under the weight of medical debt and abandonment. But I did, and for the first time in months, the future looked not just bearable, but purposeful. My phone buzzed again, another text from Daniel. "Just checking in. Do you need anything from the store?" I could drop off groceries. The concern, the helpfulness, the subtle reminder of my limitations, all calculated to reinforce dependency, to position himself as essential to my survival. I typed back, "All set, thanks. Getting stronger every day." And I was, though not in the way he imagined. The experimental treatment might or might not tame my rebellious immune system, but something else was definitely healing. My sense of self, my clarity of purpose, my determination to create meaning from this painful chapter. Tomorrow would bring more challenges, side effects to manage, divorce papers to review, foundation plans to refine. But tonight, I would rest in the knowledge that Daniel's betrayal had not destroyed me. It had transformed me. And the woman emerging from that transformation was someone he would never have expected and could no longer control. The morning of my second treatment arrived with unexpected news. Dr. Walsh was out with a family emergency, and her colleague, Dr. Bennett, would be overseeing my infusion instead. I arrived at the hospital with mild trepidation, having developed a trust with Dr. Walsh that made this change unsettling. Dr. Bennett turned out to be a tall, soft-spoken man in his early 50s with salt and pepper hair and wire-rimmed glasses that gave him a scholarly appearance. He studied my chart with meticulous attention before introducing himself. "Ms. Harlow, I've reviewed your case thoroughly. Dr. Walsh left detailed notes about your treatment protocol." His handshake was firm but gentle, mindful of my joint pain. "I understand you're paying for this out of pocket." "That's right." I settled into the now familiar infusion chair, rolling up my sleeve for the nurse to access my vein. Dr. Bennett frowned slightly. "Your insurance denial seems particularly aggressive. With your documented progression, most carriers would at least partially cover this treatment." "Welcome to American healthcare," I said with a wry smile. "Indeed." He made a note in my file. "I happen to specialize in insurance appeals. Would you mind if I reviewed your denial letter? There might be grounds for reconsideration." This unexpected offer took me by surprise. "That would be—" "Yes, thank you. I can email it to you." "Perfect." He handed me his card with an email address. "Send it when you get home. No promises, but I've had some success overturning similar denials." As the nurse prepared the IV, Elena appeared, claiming the chair beside mine with a familiar nod. "Back for more torture?" she joked, then noticed Dr. Bennett. "Where's Dr. Walsh?" "Family emergency," he explained, introducing himself. "He's going to help me appeal my insurance denial," I told her. Elena raised her eyebrows. "Really? I tried 3 times with no luck." "Send me your denial letters too," Dr. Bennett offered. Sometimes it's just a matter of finding the right clinical language to satisfy their requirements. This simple act of professional kindness, extending help beyond what was required, affected me deeply. After Daniel's calculated self-interest, the doctor's straightforward offer of assistance felt almost foreign. The infusion proceeded as before, the medication slowly dripping into my veins, promising relief that might or might not materialize. Elena and I chatted intermittently, comparing symptoms and coping strategies. During a lull in conversation, she studied my face with unusual intensity. "You seem different today," she observed. "Less, I don't know, beaten down?" I considered this. I guess I am. Some things in my life are finally moving forward instead of falling apart. Good. You had that deer in headlights look last time. We all do it first. She flexed her fingers, demonstrating slightly improved mobility. It gets better, the treatment, but also the acceptance. You start figuring out who's really in your corner. My husband left when the medical bills hit 6 figures, I found myself confessing. Now he wants to reconcile because I inherited money. Elena's laugh was sharp and knowing. Classic. My fiancé did the same, bailed when the diagnosis came, then suddenly reappeared when my GoFundMe went viral. What did you do? Told him to get lost, obviously. She adjusted her IV line carefully. But it was harder than it should have been. When you're sick, the pull to accept help from anyone, even people who've hurt you, is strong. Her words resonated with uncomfortable accuracy. Despite knowing Daniel's true motivations, part of me still responded to his offers of support, his familiar presence in the midst of so much uncertainty. "I'm divorcing him," I said, more to reinforce my own resolve than to inform her. "My lawyer found evidence he's been hiding money for years." Elena whistled low. "Let me guess, started moving assets when your symptoms first appeared?" "How did you know?" "Support group. You'd be amazed how common your story is." She reached into her purse with her less affected hand, extracting a business card. "We meet Thursdays at the community center on Maple. Chronic illness crisis support. Lots of people dealing with medical debt, divorce, disability denials. The full catastrophe package." I accepted the card, turning it over in my fingers. "I'm not really a support group person." Neither was I. Elena's smile held no judgment. "But it helps to talk to people who get it. Really get it. And honestly, some of the practical advice has saved my ass financially. One member is a former insurance adjuster who knows all the tricks. By the time the infusion finished, I had promised to at least consider attending the next meeting. Dorothy appeared right on schedule, offering another ride home with the same quiet kindness that had touched me the previous week. "How's your husband doing?" I asked as we drove, wanting to shift attention from my own situation. "Holding steady." Her weathered hands gripped the steering wheel with practiced ease. 36 years married, and I never thought I'd be measuring our time together in chemocycles. She glanced at me briefly. "Your husband couldn't drive you today?" The question carried no judgment, just simple curiosity. "I'm not married anymore," I said, the simplification easier than explanation. "Well, legally I still am, but we're separated." Dorothy nodded, absorbing this without comment. After a few moments of silence, she said, "Harold and I nearly split up once, 30 years ago. He had an affair with his secretary, so cliché it was almost embarrassing." "I'm sorry," I offered, uncertain where this was headed. It was the best thing that could have happened to our marriage. Her statement was so unexpected I turned to study her profile. Not the affair, that was terrible. But the crisis forced us to rebuild everything from scratch, to decide what mattered. We chose each other, consciously this time. I thought about Daniel, about his calculated departure and equally calculated return. Sometimes separation clarifies. things in the opposite direction. Indeed, it does. Dorothy pulled into my driveway, putting the car in park. The real question isn't whether a relationship can survive crisis, it's whether it should. As I thanked her and prepared to exit the car, she placed a gentle hand on my arm. Whatever you decide about your marriage, dear, make sure it's because you want him, not because you need him. There's a world of difference. Her words followed me into the house, echoing as I checked my phone to find 3 missed calls from Daniel and a text. Called hospital to check on you. They said you were in treatment. Why didn't you tell me? I could have driven you. The presumption irritated me on multiple levels. The calling the hospital without my permission, the assumption that I needed his assistance, the implicit guilt trip for not informing him of my schedule. I ignored the message, instead drafting an email to Dr. Bennett with my insurance denial letters attached. As promised, I included Elena's contact information as well, noting her multiple failed appeals. Just as I sent the email, my doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw Daniel, his expression arranged in concern, a paper bag from the local pharmacy in hand. Against my better judgment, I opened the door. What are you doing here? I was worried. He held up the pharmacy bag like a peace offering. I picked up anti-nausea medication. The nurse said it might help with the treatment side effects. The presumption was staggering. You called my nurse? That's a HIPAA violation. I said, I was your husband. He shrugged, the admission casual. They were very helpful. May I come in? You look pale. I hesitated, both angry at his boundary violations and too exhausted to send him away. 5 minutes, I conceded, stepping back. He moved past me, heading directly to the kitchen where he filled a glass with water and shook out pills from the Diao pharmacy bottle. Take these now, he directed. They work better preventatively. The nurse had told me the same thing, so I accepted the medication despite my irritation at his high-handedness. Thank you for the pills, but you need to stop calling my healthcare providers. We're separated, heading for divorce. You have no right to my medical information. Daniel ignored this, moving efficiently around the kitchen, preparing tea I hadn't requested. You need to stay hydrated after treatment. Are you eating properly? You've lost weight. My nutrition is not your concern. I sat at the counter, conserving energy. Daniel, why are you really here? He turned, leaning against the sink with studied casualness. I told you, I'm worried. The experimental treatment carries significant risks. You shouldn't be going through this alone. I'm not alone. I have Natalie, friends, a support system. The support group card burned in my pocket, a reminder of connections forming beyond his awareness. It's not the same as having a spouse. He delivered the tea in my favorite mug, the one with hand-painted violets he'd given me for our 5th anniversary. Someone who's committed to your well-being, who knows your medical history, who can advocate for you with providers. The irony of this statement after his abandonment was breathtaking. Someone like the husband who walked out when the medical bills became inconvenient? That kind of committed spouse? Daniel flinched, but recovered quickly. I made a terrible mistake. I've admitted that. But I'm here now trying to make amends. Because you think I have money, I said flatly. That's unfair. His injured expression was perfect, the right blend of hurt and restraint. Your financial situation hasn't changed my feelings. I realized what I was throwing away the moment. I left, but pride kept me from coming back until now. Pride. I repeated the word, tasting its implausibility. Not the $100,000 in medical debt you left me with? Which I'm prepared to help with now, he countered smoothly. We can tackle it together, as a team, the way we should have from the beginning. Before I could respond, my phone rang, an unknown number. Normally, I would have ignored it, but any interruption to this conversation was welcome. Excuse me, I told Daniel, answering the call. Rebecca Harlow? A male voice inquired. Yes, this is she. This is Philip Eastman from Colorado Luxury Rentals. I'm calling about the property on Aspen Ridge. We've had some issues with the most recent tenant that require owner authorization to resolve. I think you have the wrong number, I began, confused. I don't own property in Colorado. This is the contact number for Harlow Holdings LLC, the man persisted. The owner of record for the Aspen Ridge cabin. Are you not Rebecca Harlow, wife of Daniel Harlow? My eyes shot to Daniel, who had gone perfectly still, the color draining from his face. I am, I confirmed slowly. But I'm not familiar with this property. Perhaps you should speak with my husband directly. I've been trying his number for days with no response. The situation is becoming urgent. The tenant damaged expensive fixtures and is disputing the security deposit. We need authorization to proceed with repairs and legal action. I understand, I said, mind racing. Could you email the details to me? I'll make sure they reach the appropriate person. After taking down the rental company's information, I ended the call and turned to Daniel, whose expression had transformed to wary calculation. Aspen Ridge cabin? I kept my voice deliberately calm. Is that the property in Colorado that Ryan Mitchell found in his investigation? The one purchased through the LLC you control? Daniel's face hardened, the caring spouse persona vanishing like smoke. You hired a forensic accountant? Of course I did. I'm divorcing you, remember? That property is separate from our marital assets, he said, shifting immediately to defensive legalities. It was purchased with inherited funds from my grandfather. Strange. The $243,000 transfer from our joint savings account 2 years ago suggests otherwise. His eyes widened slightly. I had clearly revealed more than he expected me to know. That account held commingled funds. My inheritance was deposited there temporarily. We can let the court determine that, I said mildly, enjoying the flash of panic that crossed his face. Along with the offshore accounts in the Caymans and the systematic diversion of our joint funds over the past 3 years, Daniel abandoned all pretense of reconciliation, his posture shifting to confrontational. You can't prove any of that. Actually, I can. Ryan is very thorough. The paper trail is quite clear. He paced the kitchen, mask completely dropped now. This is why I wanted mediation instead of litigation. Lawyers will turn this into a bloodbath that benefits no one but them. It benefits me to know what you've been hiding, I countered, to understand the extent of your betrayal. Daniel stopped pacing, reassessing the situation with visible calculation. When he spoke again, his voice had softened, returning to the persuasive tone I recognized from countless negotiations with clients. Look, we both made mistakes. I shouldn't have left when things got difficult. You shouldn't have hired investigators to dig through private financial matters. But we can still salvage this situation. How exactly? Dismiss the divorce petition. Fire the forensic accountant. We'll work through this privately, restructure our finances transparently, and focus on your health. The audacity was almost admirable. Even backed into a corner, Daniel was attempting to manipulate the narrative, to frame my pursuit of truth as equally problematic as his deliberate deception. That's not going to happen, I said simply. Be reasonable, Rebecca. His voice hardened slightly. Do you really want to waste your inheritance on legal fees? On forensic accountants and court proceedings that could drag on for years? Is that what your mother would have wanted for her money? The mention of my mother ignited a fury I hadn't known I was capable of. Don't you dare invoke my mother, I said, each word precise and cold. You dismissed her inheritance as negligible when she died. You never even asked about the amount. I was respecting your grief, he protested. You were uninterested in money you couldn't control, I corrected. Just like you were uninterested in a wife you couldn't control once she became ill and financially vulnerable. Daniel stared at me, recalibrating once again. "How much?" he finally asked, abandoning all pretense. "The inheritance." "How much was it?" I laughed, the sound lacking any humor. "And there it is. The real question that's been driving your sudden desire for reconciliation. It's a reasonable question between spouses discussing financial matters," he insisted, "especially when legal proceedings are involved." "You'll discover that during the financial disclosure phase of our divorce," I said, standing to signal. "The end of our conversation, which, thanks to your hidden assets, will now be extremely thorough." Daniel didn't move, his expression calculating. "Whatever your mother left you, it won't last forever. Chronic illness is expensive. Medications, treatments, possible disability. You need financial security for the long term." "Are you suggesting that security would be you? The man who abandoned me to $100,000 in medical debt and secretly diverted over $400,000 of our joint assets? I'm suggesting practical considerations outweigh emotional reactions." His voice was cold now, businessman to business adversary. "The money I've invested will generate returns that benefit us both. Divorce would cut you off from those future gains." "I'll take my chances," I said, moving toward the front door. "Now please leave. My treatment side effects are kicking in, and I need to rest." He didn't budge. "This path you're on leads nowhere good, Rebecca, for either of us." Something in his tone, a subtle warning beneath the statement, sent a chill through me. "Are you threatening me?" "I'm being realistic." He finally stood, collecting his keys from the counter. "Legal battles are unpredictable. Documentation can be lost. Accounts can be difficult to trace. Health can deteriorate under stress." The implied threats were thinly veiled. He would fight the financial disclosures, possibly hide or destroy evidence, and had no concern for how the stress might impact my condition. "Goodbye, Daniel." I held the door open firmly. He paused, on the threshold, studying me with eyes that no longer pretended affection. "Think about what I said. There's still time to handle this reasonably, between ourselves." After he left, I double-checked that all doors and windows were locked, then called Paige to update her on this latest development. "He threatened you?" Her voice sharpened with professional concern. "Not explicitly. Just implied that things could get messy, documentation could disappear, that fighting him would be bad for my health." "We need to accelerate the emergency financial restraint order," she decided. "I'll have it filed today. And Rebecca, document everything from now on. Record conversations if possible. Colorado is a one-party consent state." "You think he'd do something illegal?" "I think $418,000 in hidden assets gives him significant motivation to intimidate you into dropping the forensic investigation." Her tone softened slightly. "Are you feeling safe at home? Do you have someone who could stay with you for a few days?" The question unsettled me. Daniel had never been physically aggressive, but I'd also never threatened his carefully constructed financial schemes before. "I'll call Natalie," I promised. After hanging up, I forwarded the Colorado rental company's information to Ryan Mitchell, then sat at the kitchen table, processing the dramatic shift in Daniel's approach. The mask of caring husband had dropped completely, replaced by cold pragmatism and veiled threats. My doorbell rang again, startling me from these thoughts. Through the peephole, I saw not Daniel as feared, but Dr. Bennett, still in his hospital coat. I opened the door cautiously. "Dr. Bennett? Is something wrong with the treatment?" "Not at all." He appeared slightly embarrassed. "I hope you don't mind the unannounced visit. I reviewed your insurance denial during my lunch break and noticed something immediately problematic. Since I was seeing another patient in your neighborhood this afternoon, I thought I'd drop off these papers personally." He handed me a folder containing annotated copies of my insurance denial letters, with key sections highlighted and notes in the margins. "They've misclassified your condition severity," he explained, pointing to one highlighted section. And they're citing an outdated exclusion that was actually revised in last year's policy update. I've drafted an appeal letter that addresses both issues. I flipped through the meticulously prepared documents, stunned by this unexpected assistance. I don't know what to say. Thank you doesn't seem adequate. Dr. Bennett smiled, professional but genuinely kind. I've been fighting insurance companies for 20 years, Ms. Harlow. They count on patients being too overwhelmed or ill-informed to challenge denials. Your case is particularly egregious. Do you think this will work? I couldn't help but allow a flicker of hope. There's a good chance. I've included citations from recent similar cases where the denial was overturned. With your permission, I'd like to CC myself on the submission and follow up directly with their medical review board. I know several of the physicians there. The contrast between Dr. Bennett's straightforward assistance and Daniel's calculated manipulations couldn't have been more stark. Here was someone using his expertise to help simply because he could, expecting nothing in return. That would be, yes, please, thank you. Excellent. He checked his watch. I should get back to the hospital, but call my office if you have questions about the appeal process. Oh, and I looked into your friend Elena's situation as well. Her case is more complicated, but I think we can construct a similar appeal. After he left, I sat on the couch with the folder of appeal documents, overwhelmed by this unexpected alliance. In Dr. Bennett, I'd found not just a competent physician, but an advocate willing to challenge the system that had contributed to my financial devastation. My phone rang, Natalie, returning my earlier call. When I explained Daniel's veiled threats and Paige's concerns, she didn't hesitate. I'm coming over. Packing a bag now. I'll stay as long as needed. You don't have to do that, I protested weakly. I'm probably overreacting. When a man who's hidden nearly $500,000 starts making threats about disappearing documentation, nobody's overreacting. I could hear her moving around her apartment, drawers opening and closing. Besides, it's about time we had some sister bonding. I'll pick up dinner on the way. After hanging up, I sent a brief email to the Riverside Bank contact, confirming our upcoming meeting about the foundation. Then, acting on impulse, I texted Elena. Think I'll check out that support group this Thursday after all. Could use some people who understand. Her response came quickly. Great. I'll save you a seat. Bring questions. The insurance adjuster guy. We'll be there. He's helped lots of us appeal denials. I settled back against the couch cushions, reflecting on the day's dramatic turns. Daniel had shown his true face, abandoning all pretense of concern for my well-being when confronted with evidence of his financial deceptions. But I'd also gained allies I hadn't expected. Dr. Bennett with his insurance expertise, the support group Elena had introduced me to, and Natalie's unwavering presence. For the first time since my diagnosis, since Daniel's abandonment, I felt something beyond determination or anger or strategic planning. I felt supported, not by the husband who had promised to stand by me through sickness and health, but by a growing network of people who offered help without calculation or conditions. The exhaustion from treatment still dragged at my limbs, and Daniel's threats cast shadows over the coming weeks. But as I gathered Dr. Bennett's carefully prepared appeal documents, as I texted Natalie my dinner preferences, as I made notes for the upcoming foundation meeting, I recognized a fundamental shift in my perspective. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was rebuilding. Not the life I'd lost, but something new and potentially stronger. A life defined not by what had been taken from me, but by what I was creating from the wreckage. The road ahead remained challenging. Divorce proceedings, ongoing treatments, foundation development, possible legal battles with Daniel. But for the first time in months, I didn't face these challenges alone, and that made all the difference. Natalie arrived that evening with an overnight bag, takeout from my favorite Thai restaurant, and a portable door alarm that she immediately installed on my front entrance. Probably unnecessary, she admitted, testing the piercing sound before deactivating it, but better safe than sorry. You don't really think Daniel would break in, do you? I arranged plates on the coffee table, too tired from the treatment, to manage a formal dinner setting. I think a man who hides nearly $500,000 and threatens you when discovered is unpredictable. She distributed the food with practiced efficiency. Has he always had keys to the house? The question sent an uncomfortable ripple through me. Yes. He never returned them when he left. We'll have the locks changed tomorrow. Her tone brooked no argument. And I'm staying until it's done. We ate in comfortable silence, the Thai food spicy enough to break through the metallic taste that lingered after treatment. Natalie watched me closely, noting when my energy began to flag. Bed, she ordered, gathering the empty containers. Dr. Bennett called me, by the way. He what? I paused halfway to standing. Called to explain your treatment side effects. And what to watch for. Natalie's expression was unreadable. Said he tried your emergency contact, but it went to voicemail. That would still be Daniel, I realized. Another oversight in the chaos of separation. I need to update my medical forms. Already handled. I'm your official emergency contact now, per Dr. Bennett. He seemed thorough. He's been unexpectedly helpful, I admitted, making my way toward the bedroom. He's preparing appeals for my insurance denials. Interesting. Natalie. Followed with a glass of water and my evening medications. Single? Natalie! I laughed despite my exhaustion. I'm in the middle of a divorce and medical crisis. And life continues, Rebecca. She arranged pillows behind me with unnecessary vigor. Not everyone is like Daniel. Some men actually mean their vows. I swallowed my pills, too tired to argue the point. Speaking of Daniel, Paige filed for emergency financial restraints today. It should prevent him from moving any more assets. Offshore. Good. Now rest. I'll be in the guest room if you need anything. Sleep came quickly but didn't last. Around 2 a.m, I woke to the sound of my phone repeatedly buzzing with incoming texts. Daniel, using yet another new number to bypass my block. We need to talk. This financial restraint order is a mistake. My lawyer says this could freeze business accounts that have nothing to do with you. You're being manipulated by your attorney. This benefits her, not you. Call me. We can settle this privately. The messages continued, growing increasingly urgent and then threatening. This path leads to mutually assured destruction. I'll be forced to contest everything. Do you really want your medical records subpoenaed? Every detail of your condition exposed in court? The last message sent a chill through me. Think carefully about your next steps. Some bells can't be unrung. I silenced the phone but found sleep impossible now. Daniel's escalation from reconciliation attempts to outright threats in just days was alarming. The man I thought I knew, the husband I'd trusted with our finances, our future, our security, had become a stranger capable of threatening to weaponize my illness against me. Morning arrived with pale sunlight and the smell of coffee. I found Natalie in the kitchen, already dressed in workout clothes, her laptop open on the counter. You look terrible, she announced cheerfully. Bad night? I showed her Daniel's texts. Her expression darkened as she scrolled through them. Forward these to Paige immediately, she said, handing back the phone, and file a police report. For text messages? For harassment and implied threats. She poured coffee into my favorite mug. It establishes a pattern in case things escalate. You really think they might? Natalie's face softened. I think Daniel is desperate and cornered. The financial restraint order hit just as he was probably preparing to move more money. Now he's lashing out, trying to intimidate you into backing down. It's working, I admitted, sinking onto a kitchen stool. The thought of having my medical condition dissected in court, of Daniel's lawyer questioning my cognitive capacity, my prognosis, my treatment decisions. That's exactly what he wants, for you to feel vulnerable enough to drop the financial investigation. She placed a hand over mine. Don't give him that power. After breakfast, Natalie left to meet the locksmith while I called Paige to report Daniel's escalating messages. Her response was immediate and decisive. "I'm filing for a temporary restraining order," she said after I read her the texts. "These constitute harassment and implied threats. Isn't that extreme?" I felt a reflexive need to minimize Daniel's behavior, a habit formed over years of marriage. "Rebecca," Paige's voice gentled, "if a client came to you describing these messages from an estranged spouse who had hidden substantial assets, what would you advise?" Put that way, the answer was obvious. A restraining order. Exactly. We need to document this pattern before it escalates further. After hanging up, I checked my email to find a message from Ryan Mitchell marked urgent. "Rebecca, movement. Detected in the LLC account connected to the Colorado property. $187,000 transferred out yesterday afternoon, just before the financial restraint order was served. Timing suggests Daniel had advance warning, investigating where the funds went. Can you come to the office this morning? Ryan." My hands trembled as I typed a response confirming I'd be there. Someone had tipped Daniel off about the financial restraint order. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence. I was still staring at the email when my doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw not Daniel as feared, but a courier holding an envelope. Cautiously, I opened the door. "Rebecca Harlow?" the young man confirmed, holding out an electronic signature pad. "Legal documents requiring personal service." After signing, I brought the envelope to the kitchen table, my heart racing. Inside, I found a copy of Daniel's response to the financial restraint order, a counterpetition requesting immediate access to all inheritance funds received by the respondent, on the grounds that they constituted marital property subject to equitable distribution. Attached was a personal letter from Daniel, handwritten on the expensive stationery he reserved for important clients. "Rebecca, this didn't have to become adversarial. I tried to handle our separation amicably, to protect both our interests without involving attorneys who only profit from conflict. Your forensic investigation and financial restraint order have forced my hand. If you proceed with this aggressive approach, I will have no choice but to claim my legal entitlement to half of your inheritance as marital property. Colorado law considers inheritances received during marriage to be joint assets unless specifically excluded by clear documentation your mother never completed. There's still time to change course. Dismiss the restraint order, terminate the forensic accountant, and agree to mediation. Otherwise, this will become far more painful and public than either of us wants. Think about your health. The stress of protracted legal battles won't help your condition. Is this really how you want to spend your mother's legacy? Daniel. I sat heavily in the kitchen chair, the letter shaking in my hands. The calculated cruelty of threatening to claim half my inheritance, money he'd previously dismissed as insignificant, money meant to secure my future through a chronic illness, left me breathless. When Natalie returned with the locksmith, she found me still at the table, the letter before me, tears of rage and frustration streaming down my face. What happened? She rushed to my side, scanning the documents quickly. Her expression hardened as she read Daniel's letter. This manipulative bastard. What if he's right? My voice sounded foreign to my own ears. What if Colorado law does consider the inheritance marital property? Then we'll fight him, she said simply, every step of the way. The locksmith, a middle-aged woman with efficient movements, quietly continued changing the locks while Natalie called Paige. I listened as my sister relayed the contents of Daniel's letter, her voice tight with controlled anger. She wants to talk to you, Natalie said finally, holding out her phone. Paige's voice was calm but resolute. "This is textbook intimidation, Rebecca, and legally dubious. Your mother died before your marriage to Daniel. The inheritance was delayed by probate, but the entitlement existed pre-marriage. So he can't claim half? He can try. He'll fail." Her confidence steadied me. "But this confirms our suspicions. He's growing desperate. The financial restraint order must have hit a nerve. Ryan's discovery about the Colorado property transfer suggests someone warned Daniel about our filing." "One of your staff?" I hated even suggesting it. Possible, but unlikely. More probably someone at the courthouse. "Daniel has connections throughout the county from his years in financial services." Paige paused. "The restraining order is being processed now. In the meantime, stay with your sister, document any contact attempts, and proceed with your meeting with Ryan." After hanging up, I showed Natalie the email from Ryan about the $187,000 transfer. "I need to go to his office this morning." "I'm coming with you." She collected her purse with decisive movements. "The locksmith will be done in 20 minutes. We'll head out after." Ryan Mitchell's office felt like a fortress of financial accountability, with its sleek, modern furnishings and walls of secure filing cabinets. He greeted us in the reception area, his expression grim. "Thank you for coming on short notice," he said, leading us to a conference room where documents were already arranged in neat stacks. "Something significant has developed." "The $187,000 transfer?" I settled into a chair, Natalie beside me. "That's part of it." Ryan activated a large screen on the wall, displaying a complex diagram of accounts and transfers. "What concerns me more is how these funds were moved and where they went." For the next 45 minutes, he walked us through an intricate web of financial maneuvers, how Daniel had systematically established separate accounts, created the Colorado LLC, and gradually shifted marital assets through a series of increasingly complex transactions. "This level of financial engineering suggests professional assistance," Ryan concluded. "Someone with expertise in asset protection and financial obfuscation." "Like who?" Natalie leaned forward, studying the diagram with intense focus. "Typically, this would involve a specialized attorney, perhaps an offshore banking specialist." Ryan highlighted one particular transfer path. "This structure here, moving funds through 3 separate entities before they land in the Cayman account, that's sophisticated planning." "Could Daniel have figured this out himself?" I asked, remembering my husband's financial acumen. "Unlikely. The timing and structure suggest someone with specialized knowledge of asset protection strategies." Ryan pulled up another document. "What concerns me most is yesterday's transfer. The $187,000 moved through this shell company, Meridian Consulting Group." "Why is that significant?" "Because Meridian Consulting is registered to Philip Carlton." Ryan's expression was grim. "Daniel's former college roommate and current partner at Carlton and Weber Law." The name struck me with physical force. "Philip Carlton, the divorce attorney?" "One of the most aggressive in the state," Ryan confirmed, "known for helping high-net-worth clients shield assets during contentious divorces." "Daniel never mentioned maintaining a friendship with Philip," I said slowly. "They lost touch after college, or so he claimed." "Evidently not." Ryan displayed banking records showing multiple transfers between Daniel's personal account and Carlton's firm over the past year. "He's been paying Carlton substantial consulting fees since roughly the time your symptoms first appeared." The implications settled over me like a physical weight. Daniel hadn't just abandoned me when my illness became financially inconvenient. He'd been planning his exit strategy with professional help for months, perhaps a year before he actually left. "Can we prove this is deliberate financial concealment?" Natalie asked, her analytical mind cutting straight to the legal question. "Absolutely." Ryan's confidence was unwavering. "The pattern is clear, documented, and indefensible. What's more, The transfers accelerated significantly after Ms. Harlow's initial diagnosis, suggesting knowledge and intent. "And yesterday's transfer?" I asked. "The one that just beat the financial restraint order?" That's where it gets interesting. Ryan pulled up an email that had been partially redacted. One of my contacts at Riverside Bank provided this. It's a wire transfer authorization for the $187,000, submitted minutes after a call from Carlton to Daniel yesterday afternoon. Right after we filed the restraint order, I realized. Exactly. Carlton likely has a contact at the courthouse who alerted him to the filing. Ryan sat back, his expression thoughtful. This isn't just hiding assets anymore. This is deliberate. Evasion of a court order they knew was coming. Judges take an extremely dim view of such behavior. "So what happens now?" I asked. "Now we file an emergency petition to claw back those funds, and any others transferred after Daniel became aware of the impending legal action." Ryan gathered his documents with practiced efficiency. "And we prepare for aggressive opposition. Carlton doesn't back down easily." Natalie checked her watch. "We should go. Your appointment with Riverside Bank about the foundation is in an hour." Ryan looked up with interest. "Foundation?" "Medical Debt Relief Foundation," I explained. Briefly. "A project I'm developing with part of my inheritance." "Admirable." His professional demeanor softened slightly. "And politically timely. Medical debt has become a national crisis." "It's personal for me," I admitted. "Not just because of my situation with Daniel, but because I've met so many patients struggling with both illness and financial devastation. If you need financial structuring assistance for the foundation, I'd be happy to help." Ryan handed me his personal card. Pro bono, of course. Another ally emerging from unexpected quarters. That would be, thank you. As we prepared to leave, Ryan touched my arm lightly. "One more thing, Rebecca. Be careful. Carlton is known for aggressive tactics, including personal surveillance and intimidation of opposing parties." "You think he'd go that far?" "I think $2 million in inheritance plus $418,000 in hidden assets represents significant motivation." Ryan's expression was grave. "Change your online passwords, check your car for tracking devices, and be mindful of discussing case details in public places." Natalie nodded grimly. "Already handled the locks. I'll do a sweep for electronic devices when we get home." In the car, headed toward Riverside Bank, I finally gave voice to the question that had been haunting me since seeing Daniel's counter-petition. "What if he wins, Nat? What if he actually gets half my inheritance?" "He won't." Her hands gripped the steering wheel with unnecessary force. "But even if he somehow did, even if he got half, you'd still have enough to secure your future and create your foundation. This isn't about money for you." "But it is for him," I said quietly. "It always has been." "Which is why he'll lose." She glanced at me briefly before returning her eyes to the road. Courts see through that kind of naked greed, especially when paired with abandonment during a health crisis. The meeting at Riverside Bank offered a welcome reprieve from divorce strategies and financial investigations. Valerie McKenzie, the charitable foundation specialist, greeted us warmly in a sunlit conference room overlooking the river. "Your proposal for the Medical Debt Relief Foundation is one of the most compelling I've reviewed in years," she said after introductions. "Personal yet practical, addressing a critical need that's only growing in our current healthcare landscape." For the next hour, we discussed foundation structures, governance models, and implementation timelines. Valerie's expertise helped transform my initial concept into a workable framework, complete with budget projections and staffing recommendations. "The bank would be honored to partner with you on this initiative," she concluded, gathering her notes. "Our community investment division has matching funds available for projects addressing healthcare disparities." "Matching funds?" I hadn't considered this possibility. "Dollar for dollar up to $500,000. Valerie smiled at my obvious surprise. Your personal story and the Foundation's mission align perfectly with our corporate social responsibility goals. Another piece falling into place. Another door opening where I'd expected barriers. The Foundation was evolving from personal dream to imminent reality faster than I'd dared hope. As we left the bank, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. My first thought was Daniel again, but the message wasn't from him. Rebecca? This is Elena from treatment. Support group tonight at 7. Transportation available if needed. Several members have insurance denial expertise. Thought you might want to bring your appeal documentation. I showed the message to Natalie. What do you think? Should I go? Absolutely. She unlocked the car with a decisive click. Connections with people who understand what you're going through will be valuable, especially now that Daniel's showing his true colors. I typed back, I'll be there. Thanks for thinking of me. As we drove home, I felt an unexpected lightness. Despite the morning's revelations about Daniel's financial manipulations and his attempts to claim my inheritance, each new betrayal clarified my path forward, stripping away the lingering doubts and emotional entanglements that had initially clouded my judgment. The house looked different when we returned, subtly but meaningfully transformed by new locks, keys that Daniel couldn't access, security that he couldn't breach. A physical manifestation of the boundaries I was establishing in every aspect of my life. Natalie insisted on sweeping the house for surveillance devices, following a tutorial she'd found online. The search seemed paranoid until she actually found something. A small wireless microphone tucked behind a living room bookshelf. Jesus, she whispered, holding the device between two fingers. Ryan wasn't being overcautious. My skin crawled with the violation. Daniel did this? Or Carlton? It's professional grade. She dropped it into a glass of water, watching it short out. We should do another sweep tomorrow with better equipment. The discovery cast a shadow over the house, transforming it from sanctuary to potential surveillance zone. Every corner held new suspicion, every electronic device new possibilities for invasion. While Natalie continued searching, I retreated. To the bathroom, the one room that felt truly private, to call Paige and report this latest development. This crosses a line into criminal territory, she said after I described the microphone. We're filing police reports for both the surveillance device and the harassment. I'll have an officer meet you at the house. An hour later, a police officer, named Rodriguez, carefully bagged the microphone as evidence, taking detailed notes of the situation. His expression remained professionally neutral as I explained the divorce proceedings, Daniel's financial concealment, and the recent escalation. Unfortunately, we see this kind of thing more often than you'd think, he said, completing his report. Especially in high-asset divorces. The microphone is definitely illegal. Colorado requires two-party consent for recording communications. What can be done? Natalie asked. We'll investigate, he promised. And this report establishes a pattern if anything else occurs. In the meantime, I'd recommend a professional security service to sweep the house and vehicles thoroughly. After Officer Rodriguez left, the house felt both safer and more vulnerable. My concerns validated, but the threat more concrete than before. Daniel hadn't just betrayed me emotionally and financially. He'd violated my privacy in a calculated attempt to gain advantage. As evening approached, I prepared for the support group meeting with a strange mixture of apprehension and anticipation. Natalie insisted on driving me, unwilling to let me out of her sight after the microphone discovery. Text me when you're ready to leave, she said, pulling up outside the community center. I'll be at the coffee shop 2 blocks away. It's a support group, not an ambush, I pointed out, though I appreciated her protective instincts. Just being cautious. She squeezed my hand. Go make some allies who understand what you're going through. Inside, Elena waved me over to a circle of chairs where about 15 people of various ages were gathering. Some showed visible signs of chronic illness, mobility aids, tremors, the distinctive moon-faced appearance of long-term steroid treatment. Others looked outwardly healthy, their battles hidden beneath normal appearances. "Everyone," Elena announced, as I took the seat she'd saved. "This is Rebecca. First-timer, recently diagnosed RA, currently navigating treatment denials and a divorce from a husband who bailed when the medical bills hit 6 figures." The blunt introduction might have seemed inappropriate in another context, but here it was received with knowing nods and murmurs of understanding. "Welcome to the club nobody wants to join," said a middle-aged man with a wry smile. "I'm Howard, insurance adjuster for 20 years before my own disability claim. Now I help people fight the system I used to work for." "Poetic justice," commented a younger woman with a feeding tube partially visible beneath her scarf. "I'm Jessie. Similar husband situation. Left when my gastroparesis required the 3rd hospitalization in 6 months." Others introduced themselves with the same matter-of-fact acknowledgement of both their conditions and their circumstances. No pity, no excessive emotion, just the straightforward recognition of shared challenges. For the next 2 hours, I listened more than I spoke, absorbing their stories, strategies, and hard-won wisdom. Howard reviewed my insurance appeal documentation with professional precision, suggesting additional language and precedents that might strengthen my case. "Dr. Bennett did good work here," he acknowledged, paging through the appeal. "But add these citations from recent cases. They establish a pattern of inappropriate denials for similar treatments." Jessie shared practical advice about handling medical debt collections. "Always request itemized billing. Half the time they can't produce it, and it buys you time to negotiate." A retired attorney named Michael offered insights into disability applications. "Document everything. Keep a symptom journal. Get statements from all providers, not just specialists." By the time the meeting ended, I had pages of notes, several new phone numbers, and a profound sense of connection I hadn't expected. These strangers understood aspects of my experience that even Natalie, for all her supportive devotion, couldn't fully grasp. "Same time next week?" Elena asked as we gathered our things. "Absolutely." The answer came without hesitation. Outside, waiting for Natalie to arrive, I noticed a familiar car parked across the street, a black BMW with tinted windows. Daniel's car. My heart rate accelerated as I retreated back toward the community center doors, typing a warning text to Natalie. Before I could send it, the BMW's driver's door opened, and a man emerged. Not Daniel, but a stranger in a suit who appeared to be taking photos with a long-lens camera. Not even bothering with subtlety, he raised the camera directly toward me. Philip Carlton's personal surveillance, exactly as Ryan Mitchell had warned. The intimidation tactics had expanded beyond hidden microphones to open monitoring of my movements. I completed the text to Natalie with shaking hands. Someone watching from black BMW, taking photos. Not Daniel, but possibly working for him. Can you pull right up to the door? As I waited for her response, standing frozen in the community center doorway, my phone rang with a call from Daniel's newest number. Weighing my options quickly, I decided to answer, recording the call as Paige had advised. "Hello, Daniel." "Support groups now, Becca." His voice carried a mocking edge. A bit dramatic, don't you think? The confirmation that he was monitoring, my movements sent a chill through me. "How did you know where I am?" "I make it my business to know what's happening with my wife during our separation." The deliberate emphasis on wife sounded like a claim of ownership, not affection. "Ex-wife. Once the divorce is finalized," I corrected, watching as Natalie's car appeared at the corner. "And your surveillance constitutes harassment." "Surveillance? I'm just concerned about your well-being." The pretense was paper-thin. "After all, we're still married. Your condition is still my concern." "My condition was never your concern," I said quietly. "Not when you were hiding assets while I was getting diagnosed, Not when you left me with $100,000 in medical debt, and certainly not now when you're trying to claim half my inheritance after dismissing it as insignificant when my mother died. Daniel's voice hardened. You've become quite confrontational lately. Is that the influence of your sister? Or perhaps your new attorney friends? It's the influence of seeing you clearly for the first time. Natalie's car pulled up to the curb, and I began moving toward it, keeping my eyes on the BMW across the street. Goodbye, Daniel. This path leads nowhere good, Rebecca. The same warning from before, carrying more menace now. You'd be wise to reconsider mediation before things get more unpleasant. Is that a threat? I paused at Natalie's car door. It's reality. He hung up, leaving the question unanswered. As I climbed into Natalie's car, the man beside the BMW raised his camera once more, deliberately photographing us both. Natalie's hands tightened on the steering wheel. That's actual intimidation, she said, pulling away from the curb. We're filing another police report tonight. Back at home, after documenting the surveillance incident with both the police and Paige, I finally allowed myself to process the day's events. Daniel's attempt to claim half my inheritance, the discovery of illegal surveillance in my home, the open monitoring of my activities, and the thinly veiled threats. Each escalation revealed more of who Daniel truly was, stripping away the last illusions about our marriage. The man I had loved, had trusted with every aspect of our shared life, had become an adversary using increasingly aggressive tactics to maintain control of assets he viewed as rightfully his, including me and my inheritance. But each violation also strengthened my resolve. The support group had shown me I wasn't alone in facing both medical and financial crises simultaneously. Dr. Bennett's assistance with my insurance appeals offered hope for treatment coverage. Ryan Mitchell's financial investigation was uncovering the full extent of Daniel's deception. Paige's legal strategy was methodically addressing each new threat. As I prepared for bed, my phone buzzed with a final text message, not from Daniel as expected, but from Dr. Bennett. Good news, preliminary response from Insurance Medical Review Board. They're reconsidering the denial based on our appeal. Will. Update when I know more. Rest well. A small victory, perhaps, but significant. One battle in a war being fought on multiple fronts: medical, financial, legal, and personal. Daniel might have resources, connections, and aggressive legal representation, but I was developing my own network of allies and expertise. The balance of power was shifting, incrementally but unmistakably, and Daniel's increasingly desperate tactics suggested he felt it too. Tomorrow would bring more challenges: another treatment session, continued divorce proceedings, foundation development, and likely more intimidation attempts from Daniel and his legal team. But tonight, I could rest in the knowledge that I wasn't facing these battles alone. The woman Daniel had abandoned, the compliant wife who deferred to his financial decisions, who minimized her own needs, who doubted her capacity to survive without him, that woman was gone. In her place stood someone stronger, clearer, and increasingly unafraid. Someone he no longer recognized. Someone he could no longer control. Someone he was beginning to fear. The morning of my third treatment brought unexpected developments. First, an email from Dr. Bennett with the subject line, "Urgent Insurance Approval. Rebecca, excellent news. The insurance company has reversed their decision and approved your biologic therapy. The appeal worked. They will cover treatments retroactively, meaning reimbursement for your out-of-pocket expenses thus far. Please call my office to discuss next steps." Dr. Bennett. I read the message 3 times, scarcely believing what I was seeing. The treatment that cost $12,000 per infusion, that had seemed beyond reach before my inheritance, would now be covered. The financial burden of at least this aspect of my care was lifting. The second development arrived via courier. A thick envelope from Paige containing documents that required immediate review before my upcoming court date. Nestled among the legal paperwork was a handwritten note. Rebecca, significant developments. In your case, the judge granted our motion for expedited financial discovery based on evidence of Daniel's asset transfers. The restraining order hearing is set for Thursday at 9 a.m. Please review everything carefully and call me with questions. On a separate note, my investigator discovered something concerning that we should discuss in person. Can you come to the office tomorrow? Paige. The cryptic mention of something concerning sent a ripple of unease through me. What had Paige's investigator found that warranted an in-person discussion? Good news about the insurance, Natalie commented, reading over my shoulder as she handed me coffee. One less thing to worry about. But what did Paige's investigator find? I shuffled through the court documents, searching for clues. We'll find out tomorrow, Natalie said practically. Let's focus on getting through today's treatment first. The hospital infusion center felt almost familiar now, the antiseptic smell, the hushed voices, the quietly efficient nurses. Elena was already settled in her usual chair when I arrived, scrolling through her phone with a frown. Everything okay? I asked, settling into the adjacent recliner. Just got denied for disability benefits. Again. She set her phone aside with visible frustration. Third try. Apparently, I'm not quite sick enough yet. I'm sorry. Standard. Procedure. She shrugged, watching as the nurse prepared my IV line. They deny most claims initially, hoping people will give up before appealing. Howard says the average case takes 3 attempts. Speaking of appeals, I shared my insurance victory. Dr. Bennett's strategy worked. They're covering the treatments retroactively. Elena's face lit up. That's fantastic. See? Fighting back works sometimes. He's submitting your appeal this week, I told her, using the same approach. My hero, she said, with only slight irony. How are things on the divorce front? Any more surveillance creeps? Not since the one at support group. I lowered my voice as the nurse inserted my IV. But the court granted expedited financial discovery. Things are moving forward. Good. Nail that bastard to the wall. Dr. Bennett appeared just as the infusion began, tablet in hand, his professional demeanor brightened by a satisfied smile. Congratulations on the insurance approval, he said, checking my vitals with practiced efficiency. It's one of the fastest reversals I've seen. Thanks to you, I acknowledged. I don't know how to repay you for going above and beyond like this. No repayment necessary. He made notes in my electronic chart. Though I admit I'm curious about this foundation you're establishing. Your sister mentioned it briefly when we spoke. Medical Debt Relief Foundation, I explained, outlining the concept that had become increasingly dear to me. Helping patients navigate the financial side of chronic illness, insurance appeals, medical bankruptcy prevention, emergency assistance. Remarkable. His approval seemed genuine. The need is certainly there. I see patients forced into impossible financial choices daily. Would you consider being on our advisory board? The question came spontaneously. We need medical professionals who understand both the clinical and financial aspects of chronic care. Dr. Bennett looked surprised but pleased. I'd be honored. Let me know when you're ready to discuss details. Another piece of my new life falling into place. Another connection forming that had nothing to do with Daniel or our dissolving marriage. Dr. Bennett's willingness to lend his expertise to the foundation felt like validation of both the concept and my ability to bring it to fruition. The treatment proceeded smoothly, the medication flowing into my veins with its promise of relief from the relentless inflammation. Elena napped beside me, the toll of her own treatment evident in her drawn features. I used the quiet hours to review Paige's documents, carefully reading through the judge's orders for financial disclosure and the temporary restraining order against Daniel. The language was clinical, but powerful. Daniel was prohibited from contacting me directly, from coming within 100 yards of my home or medical facilities, from monitoring or surveilling my activities. The court had taken his harassment seriously, establishing legal boundaries he couldn't cross without consequences. Dorothy arrived as promised when the infusion finished, her steady presence a comfort as treatment fatigue settled into my bones. During the drive home, she chatted about her husband's improving condition, her knitting group's charity project, ordinary life continuing despite extraordinary circumstances. "How are things with your situation?" she asked as we neared my house. "Any resolution with your husband?" "Moving forward," I said, not wanting to burden her with details. "The divorce is proceeding." "Good for you." She patted my hand with grandmotherly approval. "Standing up for yourself is hard but necessary. I learned that the hard way after Harold's affair." "You mentioned you stayed with him." I recalled our previous conversation. "I did, but only after he accepted full responsibility, got counseling, and recommitted completely." Her eyes, magnified behind thick glasses, held hard-earned wisdom. "The point isn't whether you stay or go. It's that you make the choice from a position of strength, not fear." At home, Natalie had prepared a light meal that accommodated my post-treatment nausea. We ate quietly, both lost in thought about tomorrow's meeting with Paige and her mysterious discovery. "Whatever it is, we'll handle it," Natalie said finally, collecting our plates. "One challenge at a time." That night, I dreamed of Daniel. Not the manipulative stranger he'd become, but the man I'd fallen in love with years ago. In the dream, he held my hand during a doctor's appointment, his face etched with genuine concern, his voice steady as he asked questions about treatment options. I woke with tears on my cheeks, mourning not the loss of our marriage, but the loss of the man I'd believed him to be, the partner who would stand beside me through any hardship, the husband whose love wasn't contingent on my health or financial status. The dream's emotional residue lingered as Natalie drove us to Paige's office the next morning. The attorney greeted us in the reception area herself, her usual professional confidence tempered by obvious concern. "Thank you for coming in," she said, leading us directly to her private office rather than the conference room. "I wanted to discuss this in person rather than over the phone." She closed the door firmly before settling behind her desk, gathering papers with unusual hesitation. "My investigator has been looking into Daniel's financial activities, as you know," she began. "Standard procedure in high-asset divorces with evidence of concealment. What he found goes beyond hidden accounts or asset transfers." She slid a folder across the desk. Inside were bank statements, text message transcripts, and surveillance photos. Daniel meeting with various men in restaurants, parking lots, coffee shops. None of the faces were familiar except one, Dr. Walsh, my original rheumatologist. "I don't understand," I said, puzzled by the connection. "Daniel has been in contact with several of your healthcare providers," Paige explained, her voice carefully controlled. "Not just casual contact, he's made substantial payments to them through his shell companies." The implication refused to form fully in my mind. Payments for what? Based on the text exchanges we've obtained, it appears he's been purchasing your medical information, test results, treatment plans, prognosis details, information protected by HIPAA that he shouldn't have access to without your consent. My hands went cold. "That's illegal." "Extremely." Paige nodded grimly. "But it gets worse. The timing of these payments corresponds with specific medical events, your initial diagnosis, treatment recommendations, disability potential assessments." He was monitoring my health deterioration, I realized, the betrayal crystallizing with sickening clarity, planning his exit based on how bad my prognosis looked. And now he's using that illegally obtained medical information to build his case for claiming half your inheritance, Paige confirmed. His latest filing includes detailed arguments about your projected lifetime medical expenses and diminished earning capacity, information he couldn't legally have. Natalie, who had been silently reviewing the documents, looked up sharply. Can we use this against him? Get his case dismissed? Absolutely. It's evidence of criminal activity, HIPAA violations at minimum, possibly wire fraud and conspiracy, charges for both Daniel and the medical staff involved. Paige leaned forward, her expression serious. But pursuing this means a criminal investigation, potentially public exposure of Rebecca's medical details, and significant legal complications. What's the alternative? I asked, still processing the magnitude of this betrayal. We use this information as leverage for a settlement, Paige suggested. Daniel agrees to drop all claims to your inheritance, returns the hidden assets, and signs an ironclad confidentiality agreement. In exchange, we don't pursue criminal charges. The pragmatic suggestion made strategic sense, but something in me rebelled against letting Daniel escape consequences yet again. And the medical providers who sold my information? My voice sounded distant to my own ears. They just continue practicing, violating other patients' privacy? That's a separate issue we can address through medical board complaints, Paige acknowledged. But I'm concerned about your well-being if this becomes a criminal case. The stress, the public exposure. I need time to think about this, I interrupted, feeling overwhelmed. Of course. Paige gathered the documents back into the folder. The restraining order hearing is tomorrow. We don't need to decide on a strategy regarding these revelations immediately. As we left the office, Natalie maintained an unusual silence, waiting until we were in the car before speaking. What are you thinking? She finally asked, not starting the engine. I'm thinking about every appointment with Dr. Walsh, I said slowly. Every time I shared my fears, my symptoms, my private struggles, all of it potentially relayed back to Daniel for the right price, while he was still my husband, pretending to support me. Natalie reached across to squeeze my hand. It's beyond violation. It explains how he always seemed to know details about my condition that I hadn't told him, I continued, memories shifting into new and uglier patterns. How he timed his departure so precisely after my long-term prognosis was established. What do you want to do? I stared out the window, watching people move through their ordinary days, untouched by such calculated betrayal. I don't know yet, but I'm not making decisions based on fear of stress or public exposure anymore. That's what Daniel is counting on. My phone buzzed with an incoming email from Ryan Mitchell, the forensic accountant. Rebecca, breakthrough in tracing the missing $187,000. Funds were transferred through the shell company to a trust established in the Cayman Islands last year, the Aaron Daniel Harlow Trust. Named beneficiary is a minor child. Still gathering details, but wanted to alert you immediately to this development. Ryan. I read the message twice, uncomprehending, then passed the phone to Natalie. Her shocked inhale confirmed the implication I couldn't quite process. Aaron Daniel Harlow? She repeated. A minor child? Rebecca? Do you think that Daniel has a child I don't know about? The possibility landed like a physical blow. I don't know. We always agreed we didn't want children. He was adamant about it, which would explain why he kept this child secret, Natalie reasoned, her analytical mind working through implications. But establishing a trust in the Caymans with marital assets. Another betrayal, I whispered. On top of everything else. We sat in silence, absorbing this latest revelation. After everything, the abandonment during my illness, the hidden assets, the surveillance, the attempts to claim my inheritance, this possibility of a secret child felt like the final shattering of whatever remained of my marriage. We need more information, Natalie said finally. Let's ask Ryan to dig deeper before jumping to conclusions. I nodded, too numb to form a more coherent response. The accumulation of betrayals had reached a point where I felt disconnected from reality, as though watching someone else's life unravel rather than my own. My phone rang, Dr. Bennett's office. The nurse's cheerful voice provided a jarring contrast to my emotional state. "Rebecca? Just confirming your appointment for tomorrow." "Afternoon. Dr. Bennett wanted me to remind you to bring your symptom journal for review." "Tomorrow?" I repeated blankly. "Yes, I'll be there." After hanging up, I turned to Natalie. "I need to go to the support group tonight, to be around people who understand all of this." "Of course." She started the car. "I'll drive. You." At home, I retreated to the shower, letting hot water wash over me as if it could somehow cleanse the violation I felt. Daniel hadn't just betrayed our marriage vows when he left. He'd been systematically betraying my trust for months or years before that, planning his exit while monitoring my medical decline, possibly maintaining a secret family while presenting himself as a devoted husband. The fundamental question that had haunted me since his departure, had he ever truly loved me? Now had a definitive answer. No man who loved his wife could orchestrate such calculated, multi-layered deception. When I emerged from the bathroom, Natalie was on the phone with Paige, her voice low but intent. She ended the call when she saw me. "Paige is filing additional motions based on Ryan's discovery about the trust," she reported. "She's requesting immediate freezing of all accounts connected to the LLC and an emergency hearing about the Cayman transfer." "Did she have any thoughts about the beneficiary?" I asked, the question I couldn't stop circling back to. "She's investigating," Natalie said carefully. "But Rebecca, prepare yourself for the possibility that Daniel has been living a double life. The timing of the trust establishment, last year, coincides with when your symptoms first appeared." The implication was clear. Daniel had begun making exit arrangements when my health first showed signs of declining, possibly setting up financial security for a secret family while preparing to abandon me to medical bills and an uncertain future. "I should have seen it," I said, sinking onto the couch. "There were signs. Business trips that ran long. Late nights at the office. Calls he took in private." "Stop." Natalie sat beside me, her expression fierce. "This is not on you. Daniel is a practiced liar and manipulator. He fooled everyone, not just you." The support group that evening provided exactly what I needed. A space where complex medical and personal crises were understood without explanation. I shared the insurance appeal victory, receiving genuine congratulations from people who comprehended exactly what that meant, both financially and emotionally. When the formal meeting ended, Elena pulled me aside. "You seem more shaken than usual. Treatment side effects? Personal complications?" I hesitated, then decided to trust her with at least part of the truth. "Just discovered my husband may have been paying my doctors for my medical information while planning his exit." Her eyes widened. "That's next level awful. And illegal." "Apparently there's more," I admitted. "Possibly a secret child, hidden funds in a Cayman trust." "It keeps getting worse." Elena whistled low. "When these guys implode, they don't mess around." "How do you handle it?" I asked, genuinely curious. "The constant new revelations, the feeling that everything you believed was a lie? One day at a time," she said simply, "and by recognizing that their betrayal says everything about them and nothing about you." It was the same wisdom Dorothy had offered, framed differently but equally valuable, a reminder that Daniel's choices reflected his character, not my worth. Howard joined us, offering practical advice about the upcoming restraining order hearing. Be prepared for his attorney to minimize the surveillance and harassment. Stick to facts, avoid emotional language, and bring printed evidence of every contact attempt. "I have something else they don't know about yet," I confided, telling them about the illegal medical information purchases. Howard's expression darkened. "That's federal territory. HIPAA violations carry serious penalties for the providers involved. My attorney wants to use it as settlement leverage, I explained, to get him to drop claims to my inheritance. Smart strategy, Howard. Acknowledged. But consider this. If he violated your privacy this way, he's probably done it to others. Sometimes pursuing justice isn't just about your case. His words stayed with me as Natalie drove us home, raising questions about my responsibility, beyond my personal situation. If Daniel and these medical providers had collaborated to violate my privacy, didn't I have some obligation to ensure they couldn't do the same to others? At home, a courier delivery awaited. More legal documents, requiring my review before tomorrow's hearing. Among them was a statement from Daniel's attorney, Philip Carlton, outlining their counter-arguments against the restraining order. Ms. Harlow's claims of harassment and surveillance represent standard investigative procedures during contested divorce proceedings. Mr. Harlow's attempts to contact his wife reflect legitimate concern for her well-being during a serious medical crisis. The request for a restraining order appears to be a tactical maneuver to impede Mr. Harlow's rightful access to marital assets, including recently acquired inheritance funds. The blatant mischaracterization of Daniel's threatening messages and illegal surveillance as legitimate concern ignited fresh anger. Every line revealed the strategy. Paint me as an emotionally unstable, opportunistic wife attempting to shield assets from my devoted husband. They're going to argue I'm mentally compromised, I realized, showing Natalie the document. That my illness affects my judgment, making me paranoid about Daniel's concern. Let them try, Natalie said grimly. We have recordings, police, reports, and a hidden microphone from our living room. Facts beat gaslighting. As we prepared for bed, my phone chimed with an email notification from Ryan Mitchell. Rebecca. Further investigation into the Aaron Daniel Harlow Trust reveals the beneficiary is approximately 3 years old, based on trust documentation. Education. Appears to be Vancouver, Canada. Still working to obtain more specific information, but wanted to update you immediately. Ryan. 3 years old. If this child was Daniel's, it meant his infidelity dated back to at least the 4th year of our marriage, long before my illness entered the picture. The betrayal wasn't just about abandoning a sick wife. It extended back through years of our supposedly happy marriage. Sleep proved elusive that night. I lay awake reviewing the progression of revelations, from Daniel's abandonment during my medical crisis to the hidden assets, from the surveillance to the purchased medical information, and now this possible secret child. Each discovery peeled back another layer of deception, revealing a man I had never truly known despite a decade of marriage. Morning arrived with Natalie's gentle knock, reminding me of the restraining order hearing. I dressed carefully in a conservative gray suit that conveyed both professionalism and dignity, choosing low heels that accommodated my joint pain while avoiding any appearance of disability that Daniel's attorney might exploit. Remember, Paige advised when we met at the courthouse, stay composed no matter what Carlton alleges. The judge needs to see you as rational and credible. The courtroom was smaller than I'd expected, the atmosphere tense but formal. Daniel sat at the respondent's table with Philip Carlton, both in expensive suits projecting confidence and respectability. Daniel's eyes tracked me as I entered, his expression an unsettling blend of calculation and something that might have been regret. Judge Watkins, a no-nonsense woman in her 60s, called the hearing to order promptly. We're here on petitioner's request for a permanent restraining order against respondent Daniel Harlow on grounds of harassment, surveillance, and intimidation. Ms. Lawrence, please present your case. Paige methodically outlined the evidence, Daniel's escalating messages, the hidden microphone discovered in my home, the surveillance outside my support group, the documented pattern of boundary violations. She presented phone records, police, reports, and the device itself in an evidence bag. When Carlton rose for cross-examination, His approach was exactly as predicted. Ms. Harlow, isn't it true that your medical condition requires medication that can cause paranoia and cognitive distortions as side effects? Objection, Page interjected immediately. Counsel is attempting to use petitioner's medical condition to discredit her testimony. The evidence of harassment stands on its own merits. Sustained, Judge Watkins ruled, eyeing Carlton with visible disapproval. The petitioner's medical condition is irrelevant to whether respondent engaged in the YG documented behaviors. Carlton shifted tactics smoothly. Ms. Harlow, prior to filing for divorce, did you inform your husband about your substantial inheritance? Objection, Page repeated. Irrelevant to the restraining order petition. I'm establishing context. For my client's attempts to communicate with his wife, Carlton argued. The timing of financial disclosures is pertinent. I'll allow a limited line of questioning, Judge Watkins decided. But counsel should be aware that inheritance disclosure has no bearing on whether surveillance and harassment occurred. I maintained eye contact with the judge as I answered. My inheritance came through probate after Daniel had already left me with significant medical debt. His renewed interest in our marriage coincided precisely with his discovery of this financial development. Carlton's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. And isn't it true that you've denied my client access to financial information regarding this inheritance while simultaneously hiring forensic accountants to investigate his finances? Your Honor, Page interrupted. Counsel is attempting to litigate divorce financial matters in a restraining order hearing. Agreed. Move on, Mr. Carlton, Judge Watkins directed. Carlton changed approach again. Ms. Harlow, the surveillance you claim constitutes harassment. Isn't it standard practice for attorneys to employ investigators during contested divorces? I wouldn't know. What's standard practice? I replied evenly. But hidden microphones in private homes and photographing someone outside medical support groups seems excessive by any measure. A flicker of surprise crossed Carlton's face at the mention of the microphone, suggesting Daniel might not have fully disclosed all his surveillance tactics to his attorney. When Daniel took the stand, he projected wounded innocence, expressing deep concern for my well-being during a difficult medical challenge, and characterizing his messages and appearances as attempts to maintain communication during a temporary separation. I never intended to cause fear, he insisted, his performance nearly flawless. I was simply trying to ensure Rebecca was receiving proper care after noticing concerning changes in her condition. And how exactly did you notice these changes? After moving out of the marital home? Judge Watkins asked, her tone skeptical. Daniel hesitated fractionally. Friends, mutual acquaintances kept me informed. Not medical providers you paid for confidential information? I whispered to Page, who nodded slightly, making a note for future proceedings. After hearing all testimony, Judge Watkins took only a brief recess before returning with her decision. The evidence presents a clear pattern of escalating surveillance and communication attempts despite petitioner's requests to cease contact, she stated firmly. The presence of a recording device in petitioner's home is particularly disturbing and potentially criminal. The restraining order is granted for a period of 1 year, prohibiting respondent from contacting petitioner directly or indirectly, from coming within 100 yards of her home, workplace, or medical facilities, and from conducting or directing any form of surveillance. Relief washed through me as she continued with specific provisions regarding divorce proceedings and necessary communications through attorneys only. As we prepared to leave the courtroom, Daniel caught my eye across the aisle, his expression no longer maintaining the concerned husband facade. Something colder had emerged, frustration, calculation, perhaps even fear as his control continued to erode. Outside, Page considered the victory with measured satisfaction. This establishes a strong precedent for the divorce proceedings. Judge Watkins clearly saw through Daniel's performance. What about the medical information violations? I asked. And the Cayman Trust for the child? We have strategy meetings scheduled for both issues, she assured me. But today's win matters. The court has officially recognized Daniel's behavior as harassment requiring legal intervention. That will influence how future evidence is received. As Natalie drove us home, my phone rang with a call from Ryan Mitchell. "I have confirmation," he said without preamble. "Aaron Daniel Harlow is definitely your husband's son. Mother is Vanessa Corrigan, a Canadian citizen. Daniel has been making regular trips to Vancouver for at least 4 years, approximately every 6 weeks. Every 6 weeks. The business trips that had become so routine I'd stopped questioning them. The regular absences I'd accepted as part of his career demands. The trust contains approximately $342,000, Ryan continued, mostly transferred from your joint assets through the Colorado LLC. Monthly deposits have been consistent for 3 years. Thank you, I managed, ending the call with numb fingers. Natalie glanced at me with concern. Confirmed? 4 years, I said quietly. He's been living a double life for 4 years, using our joint assets to support his second family while planning to abandon me when I got sick. The culmination of betrayals felt almost too massive to comprehend. Layer upon layer of deception so extensive, it transformed not just our separation and impending divorce, but the entirety of our married life together. The man I had loved, had built a life with, had trusted without reservation, had been systematically betraying that trust on every possible level. "What now?" Natalie asked as we pulled into the driveway. I took a deep breath, finding clarity in the midst of devastation. "Now we use everything. The medical privacy violations, the hidden assets, the secret child, all of it. Not just for leverage and settlement, but to ensure Daniel faces consequences for what he's done." "That's a shift from yesterday," she observed. "Yesterday I was still protecting something that didn't exist, the memory of a marriage that was a lie from the beginning." I gathered my belongings with newfound determination. I'm done protecting Daniel from the consequences of his actions. Inside, I called Paige to relay Ryan's confirmation about the child and to communicate my decision. "I want to pursue all available legal remedies," I told her. "Criminal charges for the HIPAA violations, full financial disclosure and recovery of hidden assets, everything. No settlement negotiations, no confidentiality agreements. That path involves significant public exposure," Paige cautioned. "Your medical details, the existence of Daniel's child, everything could become public record." "I understand," I said, finding strength in the decision itself. "But this isn't just about me anymore. It's about holding Daniel accountable for systematic deception and potentially criminal behavior. It's about the medical providers who violated patient confidentiality. It's about preventing them from doing this to someone else." After ending the call, I sat with Natalie on the back porch, watching afternoon sunlight filter through the trees Daniel and I had planted together years ago. Another shared project, built on what now appeared to be an entirely fictional marriage. I should feel more devastated, I admitted. But mostly I feel clear, like I've finally stopped trying to reconcile the Daniel I thought I knew with the person he actually is. "That clarity is hard-earned," Natalie said, "and valuable." My phone chimed with a text from Elena. "Good news. Insurance approved my treatments too. Dr. Bennett is a miracle worker. Let me know how your hearing went today." I smiled, typing back, "We won. Restraining order granted. We'll tell you more at next group meeting." Small victories accumulating alongside devastating revelations. The rhythm of this new life I was building from the wreckage of the old. Tomorrow would bring more challenges, another treatment session, meetings with Paige about the criminal HIPAA complaints, foundation development work with Riverside Bank. But tonight, I had stood against Daniel's manipulations and won the first. Significant legal battle. I had claimed my right to security and privacy. I had chosen truth over comfortable lies. The culmination of Daniel's betrayal had not destroyed me. It had clarified my path forward. And that path led away from the shadow of his deception into a future entirely of my own making. The following morning brought a flurry of activity. Paige had scheduled a conference call with the district attorney's office regarding the HIPAA violations. Ryan Mitchell was preparing comprehensive financial evidence for the divorce proceedings, and Dr. Bennett had requested an urgent meeting to discuss my insurance reimbursement for previous treatments. "You can't be in 3 places at once," Natalie pointed out as I attempted to coordinate these overlapping priorities. "Delegate what you can." "The DA meeting can happen without me initially," I conceded, checking my calendar. "Paige can present the evidence and set things in motion. The financial documentation needs to be reviewed by tomorrow, but Ryan said he'd email everything. Dr. Bennett's meeting is the most time-sensitive. The insurance company wants additional documentation for the retroactive coverage." Natalie nodded approvingly. "Progress. A month ago, you would have tried to handle everything personally and ended up exhausted." She was right. Something had shifted in my approach, a willingness to accept help, to coordinate rather than control, to trust others with pieces of this complex situation. The micromanagement that had characterized my professional life before illness had given way to a more sustainable collaboration. Dr. Bennett's office was busier than usual when I arrived, the waiting room filled with patients ranging from elderly couples to harried mothers with children. His nurse, Melanie, greeted me with an apologetic smile. "He's running about 20 minutes behind," she explained, lowering her voice. "We had an emergency this morning." "No problem," I assured her, settling into an available chair with the financial documentation I'd brought. "Oh, and congratulations on your insurance approval," she added. Dr. Bennett was particularly pleased about that one. I smiled, appreciating her comment while wondering what made my case stand out among the doctor's many patients. Perhaps it was the foundation connection, or simply the satisfaction of successfully challenging an unjust denial. When Dr. Bennett finally appeared in the doorway, his usual composed demeanor showed hints of strain. Slight shadows under his eyes, his typically immaculate lab coat slightly rumpled. "Rebecca, thank you for your patience," he said, leading me to his office rather than an exam room. "I wanted to discuss your insurance situation privately." His office reflected his methodical personality, medical reference texts arranged by subject, patient files in orderly stacks, family photos in simple frames. He gestured toward a chair while retrieving my file from his desk. "The insurance company is processing your retroactive coverage," he began. "But they've requested additional documentation regarding necessity and continuation of treatment. Standard bureaucratic hurdles." "What do we need to provide?" I asked, already mentally cataloging the records I had available. "I've prepared most of it," he said, presenting a folder of meticulously organized forms. "But they're also requesting a statement about your medical decision-making capacity." I stiffened. Daniel's influence. Dr. Bennett's eyebrows rose. "Possibly. The request specifically mentions ensuring patient comprehension of treatment implications given concurrent stressors. He's suggesting my illness and divorce affect my ability to make medical decisions," I translated, anger rising. "Even with the restraining order, he's finding ways to interfere." "I suspected as much." Dr. Bennett's expression hardened slightly. "Which is why I've already prepared a comprehensive capacity assessment demonstrating your complete competence and clear decision-making abilities." He handed me another document, a detailed evaluation that systematically addressed and dismissed any concerns about my cognitive function or decision-making capacity. It was thorough, professional, and precisely what I needed to counter Daniel's insinuations. "Thank you," I said, genuine gratitude warming my voice. "You keep going above and beyond." Dr. Bennett's professional demeanor softened slightly. "Your case has become somewhat personal for me," he admitted, "particularly after Learning about the medical privacy violations. I looked up sharply. You know about that? Paige Lawrence contacted me yesterday, he explained. As your current provider, I needed to be aware of potential security concerns regarding your medical information. I was disturbed by what she shared. Dr. Walsh was selling my medical details to Daniel, I said, still struggling with this particular betrayal. Apparently, for quite some time. It violates everything our profession stands for. His expression reflected genuine outrage. I've spoken with the medical board about implementing additional privacy audits without mentioning your case specifically. This proactive step to protect other patients touched me deeply. The foundation could help with that, I suggested. Funding for privacy protection initiatives, patient education about their rights. An excellent direction. He made a note. In what I recognized as his personal notebook rather than my medical file, regarding your immediate situation, I've also documented all communication attempts from Daniel or his representatives to my office. There have been several. Recently? This was news to me. 3 calls in the past week alone, all requesting updates on your condition, prognosis, and treatment adherence. Dr. Bennett's precise documentation mirrored my own careful records of Daniel's behavior. Each time, my staff appropriately refused to provide any information without your explicit consent. Which explains why he's trying to question my capacity through the insurance company, I realized. He can't get information directly anymore. Exactly. Dr. Bennett handed me a third document, a formal letter to the insurance company affirming my full capacity and objecting to any suggestion otherwise. If you're comfortable with this assessment, I'll submit it today. After reviewing the letter, I signed where indicated, feeling a surge of gratitude for this unexpected ally. I'm starting to understand why my case became personal for you, I said. You have a particular interest in patient autonomy and protection. Something flickered in his expression, a brief shadow quickly controlled. Let's just say I've seen the damage done when medical information is misused. Your foundation's focus on both the financial and privacy aspects of medical care is necessary. Before I could probe further, his pager beeped with an emergency notification. He checked it with a practiced glance. I'm afraid I need to cut our meeting short. My nurse will finalize the insurance documentation. Was there anything else we needed to discuss today? No. This covers everything. Thank you again. As I left his office, I wondered about that momentary shadow in his expression, that personal connection to medical privacy violations. Everyone had their stories, their reasons for the battles they chose to fight. Dr. Bennett had become an ally in mine, and perhaps someday I would learn what had drawn him so particularly to this aspect of my case. In the parking lot, my phone rang with a call from Paige. The DA's office is very interested in the HIPAA violations, she reported without preamble. They're opening a formal investigation and have assigned a prosecutor who specializes in medical fraud cases. That was fast, I commented, sliding into my car. The evidence is compelling, and they're concerned about potential widespread violations. This may not be isolated to your case. Paige's voice carried the satisfaction of a legal professional seeing justice mechanisms engage. They'll need a formal statement from you, but they're proceeding with document subpoenas immediately. Good. The swift response validated my decision to pursue full accountability rather than leverage the violations merely for settlement advantage. Any response from Daniel's attorney about the restraining order? Carlton filed a motion to reconsider, claiming the order interferes with legitimate divorce proceedings, Paige reported with a touch of amusement. Judge Watkins denied it within hours. She's not impressed with their tactics. After hanging up, I drove to Riverside Bank for my scheduled meeting about the foundation. The pieces were moving forward simultaneously. Legal accountability for Daniel, financial protection through the divorce proceedings, medical treatment secured through insurance appeals, and now the foundation taking concrete shape. Valerie, Mackenzie and her team had developed a comprehensive implementation plan based on our previous discussions, complete with staffing recommendations, operational timelines, and governance structures. We've identified potential board members with relevant expertise, she explained, displaying profiles of healthcare administrators, patient advocates, and financial specialists. And we've drafted bylaws incorporating the mission and scope we discussed. For the next 2 hours, we refined the Foundation's framework, focusing particularly on the assistance programs for patients facing medical bankruptcy and those abandoned by partners during health crises. My personal experience informed these priorities, transforming my painful journey into meaningful support for others. When can we launch? I asked as the meeting concluded. Realistically, 3 months for the legal establishment and initial staffing. 6 months for full program implementation. Valerie gathered her notes with efficient movements. Unless you want to start with a pilot program addressing the most urgent needs. The idea of immediately helping patients in crisis, people facing the devastating combination of serious illness and financial collapse, held powerful appeal. Let's do that. What would a pilot require? A focused mission, seed funding, minimal staffing, and clear eligibility criteria. She tapped her tablet thoughtfully. We could launch a targeted assistance program within 4 weeks, perhaps focusing initially on insurance appeal support and emergency medical debt relief. Make it happen, I decided, the first truly executive decision I'd made regarding the Foundation. I'll transfer the initial funding next week. The sense of purpose that had been building since I first conceived the Foundation crystallized in that moment. This wasn't just a meaningful use of my inheritance or a response to my personal experience. It was becoming my future work, my contribution, my legacy. As I left the bank, my phone buzzed with a text from Elena. Just heard from Dr. Bennett. My insurance appeal was approved too. Lifesaver. Support group is celebrating tonight if you're up for it. I smiled, typing back, wouldn't miss it. Need a ride? Her response came quickly. Howard's picking me up. We can swing by for you. 6:30, okay? This casual coordination, this easy assumption of mutual support represented another aspect of my transformed life. Community built around shared challenges rather than social obligation or professional networking. The relationships forming through my support group, though recent, carried a depth and authenticity my social circle had often lacked during my marriage to Daniel. At home, I found Natalie on a video call with Ryan Mitchell, reviewing financial documents spread across the dining table. Perfect timing, she said, waving me into camera view. Ryan's found something important about the Cayman Trust. The forensic accountant nodded in greeting. The trust document contains an interesting clause, he explained. In the event of Daniel's death or incapacity, you are named as secondary trustee, with obligation to maintain support for the beneficiary. I blinked in surprise. I'm listed in my husband's secret trust for his hidden child? It appears Daniel wanted insurance, that his son would be provided for under any circumstance, Ryan observed. Though I suspect he never anticipated you discovering the trust's existence during divorce proceedings. Does this help our case? I asked, trying to process this peculiar development. Significantly, Ryan confirmed. It demonstrates that Daniel considered these assets part of his overall financial planning that included you, contradicting his claim that they were separate from marital property. After ending the call, I sank into a chair, contemplating this latest revelation. He named me trustee for his secret child, I repeated, the irony almost too much to process, while systematically hiding both the child and the money from me. Daniel operates in contradictions, Natalie observed, organizing the documents into folders. He wanted backup security for his son while abandoning his wife to medical debt. He sought reconciliation while fighting for half your inheritance. He presents himself as concerned about your welfare while trying to undermine your medical decision-making capacity. Classic narcissistic behavior, I murmured, recalling Howard's assessment from support group. Everything structured to benefit himself, regardless of consistency or morality. The support group celebration that evening provided welcome respite from legal strategies and financial investigations. Elena greeted me with a triumphant hug outside my house, her excitement palpable as Howard waited patiently in his sensible sedan. "Insurance Approval Club," she declared, holding up an imaginary trophy. Dr. Bennett is officially our hero. The community center meeting room had been festively decorated with balloons and a homemade banner reading, "Insurance Victories." Jesse, from previous meetings, had brought cupcakes, while Howard supplied sparkling cider for toasting. 3 approvals in 1 week, the former insurance adjuster announced proudly. Elena, Rebecca, and Travis all got their treatments covered after appeals. That's over $200,000 in care that was initially denied. The group applauded, their celebration, reflecting genuine understanding of what these victories meant, not just financial relief, but access to treatments that could alter disease progression, improve quality of life, and provide hope where there had been little. Michael, the retired attorney, raised his cup in a more serious toast. To Dr. Bennett, who's quickly becoming the medical insurance appeal whisperer. "He can't make it tonight," a group coordinator explained. "Emergency at the hospital. But he sent this." She displayed a large gift basket filled with comfort items specifically selected for chronic illness patients. Heat packs, gentle compression gloves, specialty pillows, soothing teas, and self-care products. "That's incredibly thoughtful," Jessie commented, examining the contents. "Most doctors barely remember what medications you're on, let alone what might actually help day-to-day symptoms." The observation resonated with my own experience of Dr. Bennett's unusual attentiveness. While we celebrated and shared updates on treatments and insurance battles, I found myself curious about the doctor's background, what had shaped his particular commitment to patient advocacy. "He used to work for an insurance company," Howard revealed when I asked. "Medical Review Board, left after some kind of dispute over denial practices. Now he's dedicated to fighting the system he used to be part of." This explained his expertise in challenging insurance denials, his detailed understanding of appeal strategies, and perhaps that shadow I'd glimpsed when discussing privacy violations. Like so many in our group, Dr. Bennett had his own story that had transformed his professional path. As the celebration continued, I checked my phone to find an email from Paige with the subject line, "Urgent, new filing from Carlton. Rebecca. Daniel's attorney has filed an emergency motion claiming you're misusing marital assets to establish a foundation without court approval. They're requesting an immediate freeze on all accounts connected to your inheritance pending financial evaluation. This appears to be retaliation for the Hype investigation and restraining order. We're preparing our response but wanted to alert you immediately. Call me first thing tomorrow." Paige. The attempt to freeze my foundation funding represented a new level of aggressive tactics, attacking not just my financial independence, but my efforts to create something meaningful from my experience. Daniel was no longer simply fighting for assets. He was actively trying to prevent me from moving forward with my life. I showed the email to Howard, whose legal background had proven valuable in navigating my increasingly complex situation. "Classic intimidation strategy," he assessed, frowning at the screen. "They're throwing everything at the wall, hoping something sticks. The inheritance predated your marriage, so this motion should fail, but it could cause delays." Which is probably the real goal, I realized. Delay the foundation launch, force me to spend more on legal fees, increase pressure to settle. Exactly. Howard's expression reflected grim understanding. "They're banking on your health situation making a protracted legal battle unappealing. Many chronically ill people give up simply because they lack the energy to fight. I'm not giving up," I said firmly, the group's celebration of insurance victories reinforcing my resolve. The foundation is too important, not just for me, but for everyone in situations like ours. Howard nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. And you have resources many don't. Good legal representation, financial expertise, medical support. Use them. After returning home, I called Paige despite the late hour, relieved when she answered on the second ring. I saw the emergency motion, I said without preamble. What's our counter strategy? Direct and comprehensive, she replied, sounding fully alert despite the time. We're filing a detailed response highlighting the premarital nature of the inheritance, documenting Daniel's previous dismissal of your mother's estate as negligible, and requesting sanctions for frivolous filings intended to harass. Will that be enough to prevent a freeze on the foundation funding? It should be. Judge Watkins has already demonstrated skepticism toward Daniel's claims. Paige's confidence was reassuring. But as precaution, I recommend transferring the initial foundation funding tomorrow morning before the emergency hearing. Once it's in the foundation's accounts, it becomes more difficult to freeze. I'll do that first thing, I promised. What about the HIPAA investigation? Any updates? The DA's office has already served subpoenas on Dr. Walsh and 2 other providers identified in the financial records, Paige reported. They're moving quickly, likely concerned about evidence preservation. After ending the call, I sat on the back porch, watching fireflies illuminate the summer evening. Daniel's escalating attacks, from surveillance to questioning my mental capacity, from claiming my inheritance to attempting to block my foundation, revealed his growing desperation as his control continued to erode. Each new tactic strengthened my determination rather than weakening it. The woman who had once accommodated his financial decisions, who had minimized her own needs and ambitions, who had trusted without verification, that woman was gone. In her place stood someone who recognized manipulation, who built strategic alliances, who fought back with increasing effectiveness. Natalie joined me on the porch, offering a cup of herbal tea. Paige called me about the emergency motion, she explained. You okay? Better than okay, I admitted, surprising myself with the truth of it. Daniel is bringing everything he has against me, and I'm still standing, still moving forward. That knowledge is empowering. You're not just standing, Natalie corrected, settling into the adjacent chair. You're building something meaningful, helping others, creating a future entirely different from what Daniel tried to force on you. The next morning, I arrived at Riverside Bank when it opened, transferring the initial foundation funding as Paige had recommended. Valerie McKenzie expedited the process, understanding the urgency without requiring detailed explanation. The account is established and the funds are secured, she confirmed, completing the transaction. The Medical Debt Relief Foundation officially exists as a financial entity. Congratulations, founder. The title struck me with unexpected force. Founder, not wife, not patient, not victim, but creator of something new and potentially significant. Whatever happened with Daniel's emergency motion, this milestone could not be undone. At the courthouse 2 hours later, Carlton presented his motion with practiced outrage, characterizing my foundation establishment as reckless dissipation of marital assets and an obvious attempt to shield funds from equitable distribution. Judge Watkins listened impassively, occasionally making notes, her expression revealing nothing. When Carlton finished his impassioned argument, she turned to Paige with a neutral, "Your response, counselor?" Paige rose unhurriedly, her calm confidence contrasting with Carlton's theatrical indignation. Your Honor, this motion represents yet another attempt by respondent to control assets to which he has no legal claim. The inheritance in question derived from petitioner's mother, who passed away before the marriage began. The funds were held in probate until recently and were never commingled with marital assets. She methodically dismantled Carlton's arguments, presenting documentation of the inheritance's premarital origin, Daniel's prior dismissive statements about its value, and the foundation's legitimate charitable purpose. Furthermore, she concluded, respondents' sudden interest in petitioner's inheritance came only after abandoning her with significant medical debt during a health crisis, debt she continues to address responsibly while also establishing a foundation specifically designed to help others in similar situations. Judge Watkins reviewed the submitted documents carefully before addressing both attorneys. The motion to freeze accounts is denied. The inheritance appears clearly premarital, and the foundation establishment represents a legitimate use of separate property. She removed her reading glasses, fixing Carlton with a stern gaze. Moreover, this court is growing concerned with the pattern of filings from respondent that appear designed to harass rather than resolve legitimate legal questions. Further such filings may result in sanctions. The victory was unequivocal, another step toward securing both my financial independence and the foundation's future. As we left the courtroom, I caught sight of Daniel in the hallway, conferring intensely with Carlton. He looked up briefly, his expression darkening when he saw me, before turning away. "He's running out of legal avenues," Paige observed as we walked toward the exit. "Each defeat limits his options further, which could make him more desperate," I noted, remembering Ryan Mitchell's warnings about potential escalation. "That's why we maintain the restraining order and document everything," she agreed. But today was significant. The court explicitly recognized your inheritance as separate property and the foundation as legitimate. That establishes precedent for all future proceedings. Outside the courthouse, my phone rang with a call from Ryan Mitchell. "I've completed the full financial forensics report," he announced. "The total hidden assets now documented exceed $540,000, including the Cayman Trust, the Colorado property, and several previously undiscovered accounts." "More than we initially thought," I observed, digesting this updated figure. "Significantly more," Ryan confirmed. "And I've established clear documentation of deliberate concealment dating back approximately 3 years, coinciding with your first subtle symptoms, according to the medical timeline you provided." The precision of Daniel's calculations, beginning to hide assets at the earliest indication of my illness, long before diagnosis, reinforced the cold deliberation behind his actions. This wasn't an emotional response to crisis, but a methodical exit strategy executed over years. "The report will be submitted to the court tomorrow," Ryan continued. "It's comprehensive and frankly damning. Daniel's financial deception is meticulously documented, with clear evidence of intent to deprive you of marital assets while leveraging your medical condition." After ending the call, I shared the update with Paige, who seemed quietly satisfied. "Between the HIPAA investigation, the financial forensics, and today's ruling on your inheritance, Daniel's position is crumbling," she assessed. "I wouldn't be surprised if Carlton approaches us about settlement discussions soon." "I'm not interested in settlement," I reminded her. "I want full accountability." "And we'll pursue that," she assured me, "but be prepared for increasingly desperate offers as Daniel realizes he's losing control of the narrative." That afternoon, I met with Dr. Bennett to review my treatment progress. The latest blood tests showed modest improvement in inflammation markers, the first objective evidence that the experimental therapy might be working. "It's early," he cautioned, tempering my cautious optimism. "But these numbers are encouraging. How are you feeling subjectively?" "Morning stiffness has decreased slightly," I reported, "and I've had 2 days with notably less fatigue." "Good signs." He made careful notes in my chart. "The insurance company has processed the retroactive coverage, by the way. Reimbursement should arrive within 2 weeks. Thank you again for your help with that." I hesitated, then added, "Howard mentioned you used to work for an insurance company." A shadow crossed his face. that same flicker of something personal I'd glimpsed before. Yes, medical review board, not my proudest professional chapter. What changed? I asked, sensing an important story behind his current dedication. Dr. Bennett was silent for a moment, seeming to weigh how much to share. My sister developed lupus, he said finally. Her insurer, my employer at the time, denied the treatment that might have prevented organ damage. I knew the denial was based on financial considerations rather than medical evidence because I'd helped write the policies. The personal connection I'd suspected was now clear. His passion for patient advocacy grew from intimate understanding of the system's failures. I fought it from the inside, he continued, his voice controlled, but carrying deep emotion. Advocated for policy changes, challenged denial patterns. When that failed, I left to return to direct patient care. Sarah still developed kidney damage, but she's stable now. And you're helping others avoid the same fate, I observed, including through your support of our foundation. The system won't change without pressure from multiple directions, he said simply. Clinical advocacy, legal challenges, policy reforms, and support for patients navigating the process. Your foundation addresses critical gaps. As I left the appointment, my phone rang with a call from an unknown number. Normally, I would have let it go to voicemail, but something prompted me to answer. Is this Rebecca Harlow? A woman's voice asked, unfamiliar, with a slight Canadian accent. Yes. Who's calling? My name is Vanessa Corrigan. The name registered. Immediately. The mother of Daniel's secret child. I think we need to talk. The unexpected contact from this woman, this stranger who represented perhaps the most personal aspect of Daniel's betrayal, left me momentarily speechless. I understand this is shocking, she continued into my silence, but there are things you should know about Daniel that affect both our situations. I found my voice. How did you get my number? Through your attorney, she explained. I contacted her office yesterday after being interviewed by authorities about the trust accounts. She gave me your number with permission to call. Paige had apparently screened this contact, determining it potentially valuable to my case. What do you want to discuss? I asked cautiously. Not over the phone, Vanessa replied. I'm in Colorado Springs until tomorrow. Could we meet this evening? I have documents and information that you should see directly. The request seemed reasonable given the sensitive nature of whatever she wished to share, yet meeting Daniel's. What? Mistress? Partner? The unknown relationship between them complicated even the terminology. I'll need to bring someone with me, I said finally. My sister. Of course, Vanessa agreed readily. I'd expect nothing less. There's a coffee shop called Mountain View on Central Avenue. Would 7 p.m. work? After agreeing to the meeting, I immediately called Paige to confirm she had indeed provided my contact information to Vanessa Corrigan. I did, she confirmed. After interviewing her myself, she has significant information about Daniel's financial activities and apparently additional accounts we haven't discovered yet. She seemed genuine in wanting to cooperate. Can we trust her? The question encompassed multiple concerns: her motives, her reliability, her connection to Daniel. Trust with verification, Paige advised. Listen to what she has to share, but don't commit to anything without consulting me. And yes, bringing Natalie is wise. The meeting with Vanessa Corrigan represented yet another unexpected development in this unfolding drama. A potential ally from the most unlikely quarter, someone who shared the experience of Daniel's deception from an entirely different perspective. As I prepared for this encounter, reviewing the day's legal victory regarding the foundation and the growing evidence of Daniel's financial misconduct, I recognized how comprehensively my response had evolved. From initial shock and vulnerability, following Daniel's abandonment, I had systematically built a network of support and expertise: legal, medical, financial, and personal. This resistance wasn't just about surviving divorce or securing my inheritance. It had become about fundamental justice, about holding Daniel accountable for years of calculated deception, about creating meaning from suffering through the foundation, about helping others navigate similar challenges. The woman who would meet Vanessa Corrigan tonight was not the same woman Daniel had abandoned to medical debt and uncertainty. She was someone stronger, clearer, and increasingly formidable. Someone who fought back effectively, who built strategic alliances, who transformed betrayal into purpose. Someone who was no longer merely responding to Daniel's actions, but actively shaping the outcome of this conflict and the future beyond it. Mountain View Coffee Shop sat nestled between a bookstore and an artisan bakery, its large windows offering panoramic views of the distant peaks that gave the establishment its name. Natalie and I arrived 15 minutes early, selecting a corner table that provided both privacy and a clear view of the entrance. "Are you sure about this?" Natalie asked, her protective instincts on high alert. "Meeting Daniels, whatever she is." "Partner," I decided, settling on the most neutral term. "And yes, if she has information about additional hidden accounts, it could be crucial. Just remember, she had a relationship with Daniel while he was married to you," Natalie cautioned. "Her motives may be complicated." At precisely 7 p.m., a woman entered the coffee shop, tall and athletic with dark hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She scanned the room with purpose before her eyes locked with mine. Something in her direct gaze, the decisive way she moved toward our table, suggested a straightforward personality. "Rebecca?" she confirmed, extending her hand. "I'm Vanessa. Thank you for agreeing to meet." Up close, I could see she was perhaps a few years younger than me, with an outdoorsy complexion and a composed demeanor that betrayed little nervousness despite the extraordinary circumstances. "This is my sister Natalie," I introduced, studying, the woman who had unexpectedly become part of my life story. "Good to have backup," Vanessa acknowledged with a nod to Natalie. "I'd do the same." She settled into the chair opposite us, placing a sleek laptop bag on the table. Unlike the awkwardness I'd anticipated, she projected a business-like efficiency that somehow made the situation slightly less surreal. "I imagine you have questions," she began after ordering coffee. "I'll answer what I can. But first, I want to be clear about why I'm here. I'm not interested in drama or revenge. I'm focused on protecting my son's future and potentially helping your case against Daniel in the process. How long were you involved with my husband?" The question emerged more bluntly than I'd intended. Vanessa met my gaze directly. 4 years, though for most of that time, I believed he was divorced. "Divorced?" Natalie repeated incredulously. "Daniel told me his marriage had ended 3 years before we met," Vanessa explained, her expression hardening slightly. "He described an amicable separation that became legal just before I met him. I had no reason to doubt him until recently." "When did you discover the truth?" I asked, trying to process this additional layer of deception. 3 months ago, she opened her laptop, typing in a password. "When Daniel suddenly changed our routine contact procedures and became evasive about visits, I hired a private investigator who discovered he was still very much married. The timeline aligned precisely with my diagnosis and Daniel's abandonment. He left me when my medical bills reached 6 figures, I explained. After I was diagnosed with an autoimmune condition." Vanessa's expression reflected genuine shock. "He told me you'd divorced years ago because you didn't want children, and he did." The specific lie struck me with particular force. Daniel had been adamant throughout our marriage that children didn't fit our lifestyle, our career plans, our future. I had gradually accepted this position, suppressing my own complicated feelings about parenthood. To learn he'd used the opposite story with Vanessa felt like yet another fundamental betrayal. "That was never true?" I said quietly. "Daniel didn't want children." I eventually accepted his decision. Vanessa absorbed this information with visible recalibration. Well, that explains his shock when I told him I was pregnant. I thought it was just unplanned timing, but he actually seemed horrified initially. Yet he established the trust fund, Natalie pointed out. After 3 weeks of total silence, Vanessa clarified, he disappeared completely when I told him, then returned with elaborate financial arrangements and limited emotional commitment. The pattern was becoming clearer. Daniel's approach to unwelcome developments consistently involved financial calculation rather than emotional engagement. He had responded to Vanessa's pregnancy not with genuine support, but with controlled financial management, just as he had approached my illness not with compassion, but with cold asset protection. What changed 3 months ago? I asked, connecting the timelines. Why did he become evasive? Your diagnosis, Vanessa surmised. When Daniel realized you were seriously ill, our regular visit schedule was abruptly complicated by work demands. Financial transfers became more complex, routed through additional accounts, and he began asking strange questions about Canadian residency requirements. He was preparing to leave me while creating potential escape options for himself. I interpreted, the calculated nature of his planning still shocking despite everything I'd learned. Exactly. Vanessa turned her laptop toward us, displaying a detailed spreadsheet. After discovering he was still married, I began documenting everything: financial transfers, communication patterns, property investments. I'm an accountant by profession, which is why this caught my attention. The spreadsheet revealed a pattern more extensive than even Ryan Mitchell had uncovered. Additional accounts in Liechtenstein and Singapore, property investments in Vancouver under multiple shell companies, cryptocurrency holdings in unregistered wallets. There's at least another $375,000 hidden in these structures, Vanessa explained, scrolling through the meticulously organized data. Funds he described as contingency planning for our son, but controlled entirely by himself. Almost $1 million total, Natalie murmured, quickly calculating the combined amounts from Ryan's investigation and Vanessa's revelations. Why are you sharing this? I asked directly. Daniel is your son's father. Exposing his financial deceptions could have consequences for those support systems. Vanessa closed the laptop, meeting my gaze with unexpected intensity. 2 reasons. First, I won't have my son raised believing deception and financial manipulation are acceptable behaviors. Whatever support Erin receives should be transparent and legitimate. Her principled stance surprised me, challenging my unacknowledged assumptions about her character. And second, she continued, Daniel has begun liquidating accounts intended for Erin's future. Since discovering I'd hired an investigator, he's withdrawn over $120,000 from our son's trust, claiming investment restructuring, but providing no documentation of reinvestment. He's preparing to disappear, Natalie concluded, the implications immediately clear. Moving assets beyond reach of both legal jurisdictions. That's my assessment, Vanessa agreed. I've secured what I legally can for Erin, but Daniel's increasing instability concerns me. His recent communications have become erratic, alternating between declarations about starting fresh together in Vancouver and thinly veiled warnings about protecting our interests from external threats. She removed a USB drive from her bag, sliding it across the table. This contains everything: account details, transfer records, property documentation, recorded conversations where he discusses asset concealment. I've provided copies to both your attorney and the relevant financial authorities. The decisive action, taken without my prior knowledge, momentarily threw me. You've already reported him? To the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network yesterday, she confirmed without apology. Daniel's actions constitute multiple violations of international banking regulations and tax laws. The transfers through Liechtenstein particularly raised red flags for potential money laundering structures. Her matter-of-fact approach to exposing Daniel's financial crimes, not waiting for my consent or participation, reflected a decisiveness I found myself respecting despite the complications it might create for my own legal proceedings. "Why not just handle this privately?" Natalie asked, her protective skepticism still evident. "Secure your son's future without involving authorities or Rebecca?" Vanessa considered the question thoughtfully. "Because enabling financial deception, even for short-term advantage, ultimately serves no one. Not Aaron, not myself, not Rebecca. Daniel has systematically exploited trust and manipulated multiple legal systems. That pattern won't change without intervention." Her commitment to ethical principles, even at potential cost to her own financial security, struck me deeply. In her position, facing uncertainty with a young child, many might have leveraged knowledge of Daniel's deceptions for personal advantage rather than accountability. "What happens now?" I asked, pocketing the USB drive. "The financial authorities will investigate at their own pace," Vanessa replied pragmatically. "Your divorce proceedings will likely accelerate once your attorney introduces this additional evidence. And I'll return to Vancouver tomorrow to continue building a stable life for Aaron, irrespective of Daniel's choices." "What about your son's relationship with his father?" The question emerged from my complicated feelings about family obligations, about the innocent child caught in this web of adult deceptions. Vanessa's expression softened for the first time. "Aaron is 3. His relationship with Daniel has been primarily through video calls and brief visits. Whatever happens legally, I'll ensure Aaron has age-appropriate understanding of his father, without either demonization or sanitized falsehoods." As we prepared to leave, I found myself unexpectedly offering, "If you ever need anything for Aaron—" "Thank you," she interrupted gently. "But I'm not here seeking financial support. Aaron and I are secure regardless of Daniel's actions. I'm here because doing the right thing matters, especially when it's difficult." Outside, as Vanessa prepared to depart in her rental car, she paused. "I am sorry," she said with simple sincerity. "Not for loving my son or his father, but for the pain Daniel's deceptions caused you. No one deserves what he did, abandoning you during illness after years of manipulation." The acknowledgement, offered without expectation of absolution, carried significant weight. This woman, who might easily have been cast as adversary in the conventional narrative of infidelity, had instead become an unexpected ally in exposing the truth. "Thank you for coming forward," I replied, meaning it, despite the complicated emotions swirling beneath the surface. "Whatever happens with Daniel, I hope you and Aaron find stability." As Natalie drove us home, the significance of Vanessa's revelations continued to unfold in my mind. The additional hidden assets, the cryptocurrency holdings, the property investments, all painted a picture of deception far more extensive than initially discovered. "Are you okay?" Natalie finally asked, breaking the contemplative silence. That was a lot to process. "Strangely, yes," I admitted. "Vanessa wasn't what I expected." "No," Natalie agreed thoughtfully. "I was prepared to dislike her on principle, but she seems principled," I finished. "Despite everything, she's focused on doing what's right rather than what's expedient." At home, I immediately copied the USB contents and sent them to both Paige and Ryan Mitchell, accompanied by a detailed summary of my conversation with Vanessa. Paige responded within minutes. "Just reviewed preliminary documents. Game-changing evidence. The international transfers potentially elevate this to federal jurisdiction. Conference call with prosecutors tomorrow at 9 a.m. Can you join?" I confirmed. My availability then sat on the back porch trying to absorb the day's developments. Daniel's deceptions had expanded beyond my marriage, beyond the hidden assets first discovered, beyond even the secret family in Canada. The systematic manipulation of financial systems, The calculated evasion of regulatory oversight, the meticulous construction of concealment mechanisms, all revealed a level of premeditated deception that defied comprehension. My phone rang, Dr. Bennett, calling unexpectedly in the evening. "I apologize for the late contact," he began, "but something concerning has come to my attention regarding your medical records." The serious tone immediately heightened my alertness. "What's happened?" "There was an unauthorized attempt to access your electronic medical files this afternoon," he explained. "Our security system flagged it because someone used deprecated credentials, Dr. Walsh's login information, which should have been deactivated when she took leave of absence. The implications registered immediately. Daniel is still trying to get my medical information." "That's my concern," Dr. Bennett confirmed. "The attempt was blocked, but it indicates ongoing efforts to access your records. I've implemented additional security protocols and notified appropriate authorities, but wanted you to be aware." "Thank you for telling me." I processed this latest invasion attempt, recognizing it as a sign of Daniel's increasing desperation. "Has Dr. Walsh been questioned about her involvement yet?" "The investigators interviewed her yesterday," he confirmed. "She's reportedly cooperating, claiming Daniel paid her as a medical consultant without explicitly requesting confidential information, a distinction unlikely to satisfy regulatory standards. After ending the call, I relayed this development to Natalie, who had been reviewing the Foundation documentation while I was speaking with Dr. Bennett. "He's panicking," she assessed. "Between Vanessa's financial revelations, the restraining order, and the HIPAA investigation, Daniel's carefully constructed facade is collapsing. He's making increasingly risky attempts to regain control." The next morning brought the conference call with prosecutors, where I detailed my meeting with Vanessa while they asked specific questions about Daniel's financial disclosures during our marriage. Their particular interest in the international transfers and cryptocurrency holdings suggested potential expansion of charges beyond the initial HIPAA violations. "This case has evolved significantly," the lead prosecutor acknowledged. "What began as medical privacy violations now includes potential wire fraud, tax evasion, and international money laundering structures. Multiple jurisdictions will likely become involved." "What does that mean for the divorce proceedings?" I asked, concerned about coordination between these parallel legal processes. "We'll work closely with your divorce attorney," she assured me. "The criminal investigation may actually strengthen your position in the civil proceedings, as evidence gathered under our authority can be leveraged in divorce court." After the call, Paige suggested an immediate meeting to discuss strategy given these rapid developments. Her office felt like a command center when I arrived, with documents organized in precise stacks and a timeline of Daniel's activities displayed on a large whiteboard. "Carlton has requested an emergency meeting," she announced without preamble. "Apparently, Daniel is suddenly interested in settlement discussions." "Because of Vanessa's financial revelations?" I surmised. "Almost certainly," Paige confirmed. "The federal investigation changes everything. Financial crimes investigations can freeze all associated assets pending resolution, potentially for years." "What's their offer?" Natalie asked. "Practically." "They haven't specified terms yet," Paige replied, but Carlton's tone suggested unusual flexibility. "I think Daniel is looking for any exit that preserves some financial autonomy." "I'm not interested in settlements that shield him from consequences," I reminded her, maintaining my previous position. "His actions deserve full accountability." "I understand," Paige assured me. "But there might be strategic advantage in hearing their proposal, even if we ultimately reject it. It could reveal what Daniel fears most or what assets he's most desperate to protect." After discussing potential approaches, we agreed to a meeting with Carlton the following morning, not to negotiate seriously, but to gauge Daniel's desperation level and perhaps extract additional information about undisclosed assets. As we concluded, Paige handed me a formal document bearing the court seal. The judge granted our petition for emergency asset preservation. All known accounts connected to Daniel, including those newly discovered through Vanessa's information, are frozen pending financial evaluation. Even his primary checking account has restricted withdrawal limits. The comprehensive financial constraint represented a significant victory. Daniel could no longer move, hide, or liquidate assets while the legal proceedings continued. Whatever financial freedom he'd maintained since our separation had just been dramatically curtailed. That afternoon, I attended the support group meeting, where Elena immediately noticed my changed demeanor. "Something's happened," she observed as we settled into the familiar circle. "You look determined." "Major developments in my case," I confirmed, sharing a simplified version of recent events. Howard whistled low. "International accounts, secret families, medical espionage. Your ex doesn't do anything by half measures. The important thing is you're ahead of him now," Jessie pointed out. "He's responding to your moves instead of controlling the situation." The shift in dynamics she identified felt profoundly accurate. Since deciding to fight rather than accommodate Daniel's manipulations, I had increasingly set the pace of developments, forcing him into reactive postures rather than strategic control. After the meeting, Dr. Bennett appeared unexpectedly, having finished his clinic hours early. "I hope to catch you," he explained. "There's been significant progress with the medical board investigation into Dr. Walsh and the other providers involved in selling your information." "Already?" The swift response surprised me. "The evidence was compelling, and the board is particularly concerned about potential pattern behavior affecting other patients." His satisfaction at this professional accountability was evident. "License suspensions are imminent pending full hearings." The news represented another front on which truth was emerging, not just Daniel's deceptions being exposed, but also the medical professionals who had enabled his surveillance by betraying fundamental patient trust. That evening, Ryan Mitchell called with updates from his analysis of Vanessa's financial documentation. "The cryptocurrency holdings are particularly significant," he explained. "They represent assets that can be moved across jurisdictions with minimal regulatory oversight. Daniel appears to have accumulated approximately $215,000 in various digital currencies. Can those be frozen like traditional accounts?" I asked, unfamiliar with cryptocurrency regulations. "It's complicated," Ryan acknowledged. "If he controls the private keys, he could theoretically access them regardless of court orders. However, converting large amounts to traditional currency without triggering regulatory attention would be challenging, especially with active investigations." The technological dimension added another layer of complexity to an already multifaceted legal situation. Daniel's financial sophistication, utilizing cutting-edge methods to conceal assets, demonstrated both extensive planning and determination to maintain control regardless of legal constraints. Before bed, I received an unexpected text from Vanessa. "Authorities have contacted me for formal statements regarding financial documentation. Daniel called 7 times today, alternating between reconciliation offers and veiled threats. Remaining in Colorado an extra day for security reasons. Wanted you to know proceedings are accelerating." The message confirmed what Paige and the prosecutors had indicated. Daniel's carefully constructed financial deceptions were unraveling rapidly on multiple fronts. His increasingly desperate communication attempts with Vanessa mirrored his earlier pattern with me, cycling between manipulation tactics as each proved ineffective. The next morning brought the scheduled meeting with Carlton and, potentially, Daniel himself. Paige had arranged for the conference to occur at a neutral location, a mediation center downtown rather than either attorney's office, to maintain professional boundaries while accommodating the restraining order requirements. "Remember," Paige advised as we entered the building, "this is an information-gathering exercise, not a serious negotiation. Whatever they offer, express interest but commit to nothing. We want to understand their current position without revealing our next steps. The mediation room featured a long table with comfortable chairs, water carafes, and the bland artwork typical of professional spaces designed for potentially tense discussions. Carlton arrived precisely on time, impeccably dressed as always, but his usual confident demeanor showed subtle signs of strain, slight tension around his eyes, a marginally tighter grip on his leather portfolio. "Ms. Lawrence, Ms. Harlow," he greeted us with professional courtesy. "Thank you for agreeing to this conference." "Where is Daniel?" Paige asked directly, noting his absence. "Mr. Harlow will join us shortly," Carlton replied smoothly. He wanted me to outline our proposed settlement framework first, to establish productive parameters for discussion. The attorney proceeded to present a settlement proposal that would have been considered generous a week earlier. Daniel would withdraw all claims to my inheritance, return the Colorado property to marital assets, provide detailed accounting of the Cayman Trust, and assume responsibility for the outstanding medical debt. In exchange, he requested cessation of the HIPAA investigation, confidentiality regarding the Vancouver situation, and release of specific accounts from the financial freeze to maintain business operations and existing commitments. The offers, timing, coming after Vanessa's revelations but seemingly unaware of the expanded federal investigation, suggested Daniel was attempting damage control without fully recognizing how comprehensively his position had deteriorated. These terms represent significant concessions on Mr. Harlow's part, Carlton emphasized, maintaining his practiced professional tone despite the proposal's obvious weaknesses. They offer efficient resolution without protracted legal proceedings that benefit neither party. Paige maintained an expression of neutral consideration. "We appreciate the offer's spirit, though several aspects require clarification. Which specific accounts is Mr. Harlow requesting released from restriction?" Carlton provided a list that conspicuously omitted the cryptocurrency holdings and international accounts revealed in Vanessa's documentation, confirmation that Daniel was attempting to preserve his most concealed assets while appearing to make significant concessions with already discovered funds. "And regarding the HIPAA investigation," Paige continued, "what specific resolution is Mr. Harlow proposing, given that this involves regulatory authorities beyond our client's direct control?" Carlton's expression tightened slightly. Mr. Harlow would expect good faith efforts to communicate to investigators that the matter has been resolved privately to all parties' satisfaction. The door opened before Paige could respond, and Daniel entered the room. His appearance shocked me momentarily. In the week since I'd last seen him, he had lost weight, developed noticeable shadows beneath his eyes, and acquired a tense, hyper-alert demeanor that contrasted sharply with his usual controlled presentation. His gaze fixed on me immediately, assessing, calculating, searching for leverage points or vulnerabilities. Finding none in my composed expression, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. "Rebecca," he began, his voice attempting the persuasive tone that had once been so effective. "Thank you for considering reasonable resolution to our situation." "I'm here to listen," I replied neutrally, providing neither encouragement nor rejection. Daniel settled into a chair, arranging his expression into one of sincere regret. The past months have been challenging for everyone. Emotions have led to positions that perhaps don't serve either of our long-term interests. This settlement framework offers a path forward with minimal additional stress or public exposure. The familiar manipulation tactics, appealing to mutual benefit, suggesting emotions rather than principles, drove my position. Implying public exposure would be particularly damaging to me felt almost comically transparent now that I recognized his patterns. "I'm curious about the timing of this offer," I said, maintaining eye contact. "What specifically has changed in the past 48 hours to inspire such generosity?" Daniel's composure flickered briefly before recovering. "Nothing specific. Simply reflection on the extended timeline and resources that continued litigation Would require. As your medical situation... My medical situation is steadily improving, I interrupted calmly. The experimental treatment is showing positive results, and insurance is now covering all costs retroactively, thanks to successful appeals. This information visibly unsettled him. Another calculation disrupted, another assumption proven. False. His financial abandonment had been premised partly on anticipated medical bankruptcy that now would not materialize. That's excellent news, he managed, recalibrating yet again. All the more reason to resolve our situation amicably and move forward independently. Independence is certainly my goal, I agreed, offering nothing further. The meeting continued with discussion of specific settlement terms, Paige expertly extracting information about Daniel's priorities and concerns while committing to nothing substantive. Throughout the exchange, I observed Daniel's increasingly evident anxiety, the forced smiles that didn't reach his eyes, the controlled breathing, patterns suggesting stress management, the subtle finger tapping when particularly vulnerable points were touched. As the conference concluded, Daniel made a final appeal directly to me while Carlton and Paige discussed procedural matters at the other end of the table. "Rebecca," he said quietly, leaning slightly forward. "Whatever you may believe about our marriage, about my actions, the path you're currently pursuing benefits no one. Legal proceedings, investigations, public disclosures, they create only destruction, not resolution." "I'm not pursuing destruction," I replied calmly. "I'm pursuing truth. There's a difference." "Truth is subjective," he countered, the philosophical deflection so characteristic of his approach to accountability. "What matters is finding mutually acceptable outcomes." "What matters is consequences appropriate to actions," I corrected. "You systematically deceived me for years, abandoned me during medical crisis, hid substantial assets, violated my medical privacy, and attempted to claim inheritance money you had previously dismissed as insignificant. Each of those actions has natural consequences." Daniel's expression hardened, the conciliatory mask slipping. "Be careful about self-righteousness," he warned, voice lowered. "Everyone has vulnerabilities. Everyone has aspects of their lives. Better kept private. The legal nuclear option you're pursuing leaves nothing untouched. Not your medical details, not your financial history, not your family privacy." The veiled threat might once have intimidated me, the suggestion that aggressive, legal proceedings would expose my personal information in ways I would find distressing. Now it merely confirmed the fundamental character deficit that had led to our current situation. "I have nothing to hide," I said simply, gathering my belongings. "That's the difference between us." As Paige and I left the mediation center, she assessed the meeting with professional satisfaction. "Extremely productive. Carlton doesn't know about the federal investigation yet, and Daniel is clearly desperate to protect the cryptocurrency holdings. The accounts he offered to disclose are likely already compromised." "He threatened me again," I told her, describing Daniel's final comments. "Implied that pursuing full legal accountability would somehow damage me through exposure." Classic. "Intimidation from someone losing control," Paige observed. "He's running out of options and knows it." Back at home, I found Natalie coordinating with Ryan Mitchell via video call, reviewing documentation for the upcoming court filing that would introduce Vanessa's financial evidence formally into our case. "How did it go?" she asked, ending the call as I entered. "Daniel is panicking," I reported, describing the settlement offer and his increasingly obvious stress indicators. "He still thinks he can manipulate the situation through selective concessions. Failing to realize the game has fundamentally changed," Natalie noted with satisfaction. My phone rang with a call from Dr. Bennett. "The insurance company has processed your reimbursement," he announced. "The funds should appear in your account within 24-48 hours. Additionally, all future treatments are approved without further review requirements." Another piece of security established. Medical treatment guaranteed without financial anxiety. Insurance barriers overcome through persistent appeals and expert advocacy. The contrast with my situation immediately after Daniel's abandonment could hardly have been more striking. As evening approached, Elena texted to confirm our planned attendance at a medical debt advocacy event the following week, another commitment related to the Foundation's development. The organization was taking shape rapidly, with initial staff interviews scheduled and program guidelines being finalized. Just before dinner, Paige called with breaking news. Federal agents have frozen all cryptocurrency accounts identified in Vanessa's documentation, she reported. They moved faster than anticipated, likely concerned about potential flight risk. Has Daniel been notified? I asked, understanding this development represented total financial constraint, the last significant assets he controlled now beyond his reach. Formally served 20 minutes ago, Paige confirmed. Carlton has already called twice requesting urgent reconsideration of settlement options. He's finally been informed about the federal investigation scope. The comprehensive exposure of Daniel's financial deceptions was complete, from the initial discovery of hidden accounts to Vanessa's revelations about international holdings, from the restraining order limiting his physical movements to the asset freezes restricting his financial options. The carefully constructed systems of concealment and control had been methodically dismantled through coordinated legal, financial, and regulatory efforts. What happens now? I asked, recognizing we had entered new territory. Now we wait for their next move, Paige replied. With federal authorities involved and assets frozen, Daniel faces potential criminal charges beyond the civil divorce proceedings. His options are narrowing to cooperation or continued resistance with diminishing leverage. That night, as I prepared for bed, my phone lit up with an email notification from an unfamiliar address. The subject line, "Please read before tomorrow," triggered immediate caution. Opening it carefully, I found a message from Daniel, sent from an account I didn't recognize. Rebecca, by now you've seen the full extent of federal involvement in what should have remained a private divorce matter. This escalation serves no one's interests and threatens irreparable damage to both our futures. I acknowledge mistakes were made in how I handled our separation and certain financial matters. The situation with Vancouver developed under complex circumstances that deserve contextual understanding rather than binary judgment. Tomorrow morning, federal authorities will execute additional search warrants and asset seizures based on incomplete understanding of legitimate business structures. Before this proceeds further, I'm requesting one final private conversation. Neutral location of your choosing, with attorneys present if you prefer. There are aspects of this situation unknown to you that provide essential context for decisions made during difficult periods. Please consider this opportunity for mutual resolution before irreversible legal mechanisms activate. Daniel. The message represented a final attempt at manipulation, suggesting unknown information that might justify his actions, implying mutual damage from continued proceedings, positioning himself as reasonable while characterizing legal accountability as excessive escalation. I forwarded the email to Paige with a brief note. Daniel's latest attempt at contact will not respond. Her reply came quickly. Wise decision. This suggests he's aware of tomorrow's scheduled actions. His reference to unknown aspects is standard manipulation. All relevant facts are already documented through financial forensics and Vanessa's testimony. The truth had been fully revealed. Daniel's systematic deception exposed on every level, from our marriage to his hidden family, from the financial concealment to the medical privacy violations. What remained was not further revelation, but the natural consequences of these actions through appropriate legal channels. As I prepared for sleep, I realized the profound shift that had occurred since Daniel's abandonment, from desperate vulnerability, in the face of mounting medical debt to comprehensive empowerment through strategic alliances, from isolation during health crisis to meaningful community through the support group and foundation work, from financial dependence to secured independence. The woman Daniel had calculated would be too ill, too overwhelmed, too financially compromised to effectively challenge his manipulations, had instead orchestrated a comprehensive accounting that now threatened his carefully constructed facade on multiple fronts. The revelation of truth, painful and complex as it had been, had ultimately proven liberating rather than destructive. In forcing me to see reality clearly, Daniel's betrayal had paradoxically freed me from the constraints of a relationship. Built on systematic deception, tomorrow would bring federal actions, additional legal proceedings, continued foundation development, ongoing treatment management. The multifaceted life I was building from what had initially seemed like devastating ruins. The truth had finally been fully revealed. And contrary to Daniel's threats and insinuations, that revelation had strengthened rather than diminished me. 6 months later, I stood at the podium in the Riverside Bank community room, surveying the gathered crowd with a sense of accomplishment that still felt somewhat surreal. Board members of the newly established Medical Debt Relief Foundation sat in the front row, alongside key donors, healthcare advocates, and community partners. Dr. Bennett was there, of course, now serving as head of our medical advisory committee. Elena had become our first program coordinator, bringing her accounting background and personal experience to the role with remarkable effectiveness. "Thank you all for joining us today," I began, my voice steadier than I would have anticipated 6 months earlier when speaking to a room of over 100 people. What began as a personal response to a health and financial crisis has evolved into something far more significant than I could have imagined. The Foundation's official launch event represented both culmination and beginning, the formal establishment of an organization that had already begun providing tangible assistance to patients facing medical bankruptcy, insurance denials, and the devastating combination of serious illness and financial collapse. In our first 3 months of pilot operations, the Medical Debt Relief Foundation has successfully assisted 57 patients with insurance appeals, resulting in over $4 million in approved treatments previously denied. We've provided emergency financial support to 34 families facing eviction or utility disconnection due to medical costs. And we've established partnerships with 3 hospital systems to implement patient financial advocacy programs directly within healthcare settings. The statistics represented real people, real lives impacted by the Foundation's work, concrete good emerging from my personal crisis, meaningful purpose created from suffering that might otherwise have remained merely private pain. As I continued outlining our initial accomplishments and future goals, I spotted Natalie in the second row, seated beside Howard from the support group and Valerie McKenzie from Riverside Bank. My sister's proud smile carried a decade of shared history of standing beside me through both Daniel's betrayal and the rebuilding process that followed. None of this would have been possible without the collaborative efforts of healthcare providers, financial institutions, legal advocates, and patients themselves, I acknowledged, closing my formal remarks. The Foundation exists at this intersection of expertise and experience, creating systemic solutions while addressing immediate individual needs. The applause felt validating but secondary to the real measure of success, the testimonials from patients who had received Foundation assistance, several of whom had courageously agreed to share their stories during the event. Their experiences echoed aspects of my own journey while highlighting the diverse challenges faced by those navigating both serious illness and financial catastrophe. During the reception that followed, Dr. Bennett approached with characteristic, thoughtful observation. "You've created something substantial," he noted, gesturing toward the room where board members mingled with donors and program participants. "Something that will continue growing beyond your direct involvement." "That's the intention," I agreed. "Sustainable impact requires systems and structures, not just individual effort. Your experience shaped the mission, but your organizational skills built the institution," he observed. "Most people never manage that transition from personal motivation to effective infrastructure." His assessment touched on a transformation I'd only recently begun to fully appreciate: the evolution from reactive survivor to strategic builder, from patient-seeking solutions to leader creating systematic change. Across the room, Elena was explaining our insurance appeal program to a potential hospital partner, her animated gestures reflecting the passionate advocacy that made her such an effective coordinator. Her own treatment was progressing well, the insurance coverage secured through Dr. Bennett's expertise providing stability previously unimaginable. The Foundation's approach to combining individual assistance with policy advocacy is particularly effective, Dr. Bennett continued, helping patients navigate existing systems while simultaneously working to improve those systems. We learned that from your approach to insurance appeals, I acknowledged. Immediate solutions paired with systemic challenges. As the reception continued, I found a moment to check my phone, a habit I'd developed during the intense legal proceedings that followed Daniel's exposure. There was a message from Paige: sentencing hearing scheduled for next Tuesday. Your victim impact statement due by Friday if you wish to submit one. The federal case against Daniel had concluded with multiple guilty pleas 2 weeks earlier: wire fraud, tax evasion, and conspiracy charges related to the international financial schemes uncovered through Vanessa's documentation and Ryan Mitchell's forensic analysis. The plea agreement had avoided a public trial, while still ensuring significant consequences for the elaborate deception spanning years. Our divorce had been finalized months earlier, with Judge Watkins granting every financial provision Paige had requested, including full restitution of concealed marital assets and comprehensive protection of my inheritance as separate property. The medical privacy violations had resulted in license revocations for Dr. Walsh and 2 other providers, with additional civil penalties still pending. The comprehensive accountability I had sought had materialized through multiple systems: legal, financial, regulatory, and professional, each addressing different aspects of Daniel's systematic deception. The final chapter, his criminal sentencing, would likely result in federal prison time, according to Paige's assessment. I pocketed my phone, returning my attention to the Foundation event. The question of a victim impact statement remained open, whether to formally articulate for the court record how Daniel's actions had affected me, what consequences had flowed from his calculated abandonment and financial manipulation during my health crisis. Later that evening, after the successful launch event concluded, Natalie and I sat on my back porch, enjoying the mild spring evening with glasses of wine. "Congratulations, founder," she toasted, using the title that still occasionally caught me by surprise. The Foundation is officially launched and already changing lives. It's still surreal sometimes, I admitted. A year ago, I was drowning in medical debt with a husband who'd abandoned me. Now I'm running a foundation addressing that exact issue for others. While said husband faces federal prison time, Natalie added with satisfaction, justice isn't always poetic, but in this case. Have you decided about the victim impact statement? She asked after a comfortable silence. I'm still considering it, I replied honestly. Part of me feels it's important to formally document how his actions affected me, to have that reality acknowledged in the official record. But, Natalie prompted, sensing my hesitation. But another part wonders if continuing to engage with Daniel in any capacity, even through court statements, serves my forward movement. I swirled the wine in my glass, watching the light catch its ruby depths. The Foundation launch today felt like crossing a threshold, from a life defined by responding to Daniel's betrayal to one focused entirely on what I'm building now. The statement could provide closure, Natalie suggested, a final articulation of impact before fully turning that page. Her perspective held wisdom worth considering. The victim impact statement represented potentially the last formal engagement with Daniel and the painful chapter he had initiated, an opportunity to speak truth directly into the legal record before fully redirecting my energy toward the future I was creating. The following morning brought my quarterly appointment with Dr. Bennett to review treatment progress. The improvements in my condition had stabilized into a pattern of manageable symptoms with occasional flares. Not complete remission, but a sustainable equilibrium that allowed full engagement with my increasingly active life. The latest blood work shows continued improvement in inflammatory markers, Dr. Bennett noted, reviewing my chart with characteristic thoroughness. And your symptom journal indicates decreased pain levels overall. How are you feeling subjectively? Better than I would have predicted a year ago, I acknowledged. The foundation work actually helps. Having meaningful purpose seems to reduce my perception of physical limitations. Purposeful engagement often correlates with improved outcomes in chronic conditions, he agreed. Though I caution against overextending during periods of remission. The balanced perspective, encouraging meaningful activity while maintaining realistic awareness of physical limitations, had been crucial in establishing a sustainable approach to life with chronic illness. Unlike Daniel's binary view that had anticipated either complete recovery or total disability, Dr. Bennett consistently supported a nuanced path that accommodated both my condition and my ambitions. I wanted to let you know, he said as the appointment concluded, the hospital has approved our joint proposal for integrated financial counseling in the rheumatology department. Beginning next month, we'll have one of your foundation's advocates available during clinic hours 3 days weekly. This institutional partnership represented significant progress toward systemic change, embedding financial support directly within medical settings, rather than treating healthcare and its costs as separate realms. The foundation was securing similar arrangements with other medical facilities, creating infrastructure that would continue functioning regardless of my personal involvement. That's excellent news, I replied, genuinely pleased by this development. Elena has already identified the perfect advocate for that position, someone with both medical billing expertise and personal experience with chronic illness. As I left the appointment, my phone rang with a call from Vanessa Corrigan. Our unexpected alliance during Daniel's exposure had evolved into an occasional communication pattern. Not friendship exactly, but a respectful connection maintained. Primarily for practical coordination, as legal proceedings affected us both. The prosecutor called this morning, she began without preamble, her direct communication style unchanged. They want to know if I'm submitting an impact statement for the sentencing hearing. I received the same inquiry, I told her. Have you decided? I'm focusing on my statement's effect on Aaron rather than Daniel, she explained. Whatever I submit becomes part of the permanent record my son might someday access when trying to understand his father's absence. Her perspective highlighted an additional dimension I hadn't fully considered, how my own statement might be viewed not just by the court or by Daniel, but by others affected by these events, including a child who had no choice in his connection to this situation. That's a thoughtful approach, I acknowledged, balancing accountability with recognition of broader impacts. I'm requesting that some assets from the frozen accounts be released for Aaron's education, Vanessa continued pragmatically. Not for my benefit, but held in trust with court oversight until he's older. The prosecutor seemed receptive. This solution reflected Vanessa's consistent priorities, securing her son's future through legitimate means rather than enabling Daniel's deceptive financial structures. Her principled approach to a deeply complicated situation continued to impress me despite our unconventional connection. After ending the call, I drove to the Foundation's newly established offices downtown. The space hummed with purpose, program coordinators reviewing assistance applications, legal advocates preparing insurance appeals, financial counselors developing educational materials for patients navigating medical costs. Elena greeted me with characteristic enthusiasm. Perfect timing. The hospital just sent over their medical financial assistance applications for our review. They're willing to revise them based on our recommendations before implementing the new program. The collaborative relationship with healthcare providers represented significant progress from the adversarial dynamics that typically characterized patient financial experiences. By engaging directly with hospitals, insurance companies, and medical practices. The foundation was addressing structural issues rather than merely helping individuals navigate broken systems. For several hours, I worked alongside our team reviewing documents, refining program guidelines, and interviewing candidates for additional staff positions. The foundation's growth had been carefully managed, expanding services methodically while establishing sustainable operating procedures and securing diverse funding sources beyond my initial contribution. Late afternoon brought a call from Paige with an unexpected development. Daniel has submitted a letter to the court requesting permission to write to you directly before sentencing. For what purpose? I asked, immediately wary of any contact. Attempt. He claims a desire to offer context and perspective regarding his actions. Paige reported, her skepticism evident. The judge has denied the request, maintaining the no-contact provisions, but wanted you informed. This attempted communication, Daniel's first direct contact attempt in months, suggested continued failure to recognize fundamental boundaries, despite comprehensive legal consequences. Even facing imminent federal sentencing, he remained focused on controlling narrative rather than accepting accountability. "Thank you for letting me know," I said, unsurprised by this characteristic behavior. Has the court received the additional victim statements from patients affected by the medical privacy violations? 7 statements submitted, including particularly powerful testimony from 2 patients whose insurance was canceled based on information improperly shared with Daniel through Dr. Walsh. Paige confirmed. The prosecution considers these impacts significant aggravating factors for sentencing. The broader accountability, recognizing that Daniel's actions had harmed multiple individuals beyond just me, felt important, reinforcing that his behavior represented pattern conduct rather than isolated mistakes. The consequences he faced reflected comprehensive failure of ethical boundaries across multiple relationships and obligations. That evening, I settled at my home office desk to consider the victim impact statement. After significant reflection, I began writing. Your Honor, I am writing to articulate the impact of Daniel Harlow's actions on my life following my diagnosis with a serious autoimmune condition. While the court has comprehensive documentation of the financial deceptions, medical privacy violations, and calculated abandonment involved, these clinical descriptions cannot fully convey the human experience of discovering such systematic betrayal during a profound health crisis. When Daniel left me with $100,000 in medical debt while secretly transferring marital assets to international accounts, he wasn't simply committing financial fraud. He was exploiting my medical vulnerability to execute long-planned financial extraction, weaponizing my illness as cover for his exit strategy while paying medical providers for confidential information about my condition. The psychological impact of discovering such calculated deception from someone who had vowed to stand beside me in sickness and in health was initially devastating. Basic trust in both personal relationships and professional systems was profoundly damaged by learning that my medical providers had sold my private information, that my husband had maintained a secret family for years, and that financial systems could be so easily manipulated to facilitate abandonment during crisis. However, this statement isn't primarily about damage sustained. It's about the transformation that occurs when betrayal is fully exposed and addressed through appropriate accountability. Each revelation of Daniel's deceptions, painful as they were, ultimately contributed to building a life of greater authenticity, purpose, and impact than would have been possible within the constraints of a marriage built on systematic manipulation. The Medical Debt Relief Foundation, established with the inheritance Daniel attempted to claim after abandoning me, now assists patients facing similar crises, transforming personal trauma into systemic support for others navigating the devastating combination of serious illness and financial collapse. This outcome represents not merely personal recovery, but meaningful contribution emerging directly from experiences that might otherwise have remained private suffering. I do not seek punitive sentencing motivated by vengeance or retribution. I seek appropriate consequences that reflect the calculated nature of actions committed over years with full awareness of their impact. I seek accountability that acknowledges harm caused not just to me, but to others affected by privacy violations, financial deceptions, and fundamental breaches of professional and personal trust. The court has full information regarding the legal violations involved. My purpose in providing this statement is to ensure the human impact of those violations is similarly recognized, both the initial damage caused and the transformative potential of comprehensive accountability. Respectfully submitted, Rebecca Harlow, Founder, Medical Debt Relief Foundation. After carefully reviewing what I'd written, I decided the statement effectively balanced multiple priorities, acknowledging actual impact without dwelling in victimhood, recognizing transformation without minimizing genuine harm, seeking appropriate accountability without vengeful motivation. The inclusion of my foundation title represented the most significant aspect of my journey: evolution from patient to advocate, from target of deception to creator of solutions. I emailed the statement to Paige, closing that chapter of engagement with Daniel's legal proceedings. Whatever sentence the court imposed would reflect not just my experience, but the comprehensive pattern of deception documented through financial forensics, witness testimony, and regulatory investigations. My contribution to that process was now complete. The following morning brought an unexpected visitor to the foundation offices: Dorothy, the elderly woman who had given me rides home after my early treatments. She arrived with freshly baked cookies and an update on her husband's condition. "Harold's in remission," she announced with quiet joy. 6 months cancer-free. He wanted to make a donation to your foundation to help other patients manage the financial aspects of treatment. She presented a modest check that represented significant sacrifice for a retired couple living on fixed income. The contribution's meaning transcended its dollar amount: recognition of shared humanity, of mutual support through difficult circumstances, of transforming personal relief into assistance for others still struggling. "We couldn't have managed without the transportation assistance program during Harold's treatments," Dorothy explained. "Now we want to help make that available to others." This cyclical support, receiving help during crisis, then extending assistance to others when circumstances improved, embodied the foundation's core philosophy. Dorothy and Harold's contribution would directly fund rides for patients without transportation access, continuing the same service that had been so crucial during my early treatments. That afternoon, I met with Riverside Bank's Foundation Department to review progress on the matching grant program that had significantly expanded our operational capacity. Valerie McKenzie had become a valued strategic partner, providing not just financial support but institutional expertise that strengthened our organizational structure and sustainability planning. "The initial outcomes have exceeded expectations," she noted, reviewing impact metrics from our first 6 months. Particularly the insurance appeal success rate and the hospital partnership model. "Dr. Bennett's expertise has been invaluable for the appeal program," I acknowledged, "and Elena's personal experience helps patients navigate the process effectively." "The combination of professional expertise and lived experience defines your foundation's approach," Valerie observed astutely. "It's why patients trust your advocates in ways they often don't trust conventional hospital financial services." The insight highlighted a fundamental strength of our model: integrating technical knowledge with authentic understanding of patient experiences, creating services that addressed both practical needs and emotional realities of medical financial crisis. As the meeting concluded, Valerie mentioned an upcoming regional conference on healthcare access. "They're looking for keynote speakers with both policy expertise and personal perspective," she explained. "Your foundation's innovative approach would be valuable content for their audience of healthcare administrators and patient advocates." The invitation to speak publicly about the foundation's work represented another evolving aspect of my role, from private individual managing personal crisis to public advocate addressing systemic issues. The opportunity to influence institutional Approaches to medical financial assistance aligned perfectly with our mission of creating sustainable change beyond individual case management. I'd be honored to participate, I told her, accepting the speaking engagement without the hesitation that would have characterized my response a year earlier. That evening, I attended the support group meeting that had become an important constant in my life despite my improved health and busy schedule. The group had evolved alongside my own journey. Some members had achieved significant medical improvements. Others had developed effective management strategies for ongoing conditions. A few had experienced disease progression, requiring additional interventions. Howard greeted me with his characteristic direct assessment. "You're looking substantially better than when you first arrived here, shell-shocked and drowning in medical debt." "Slightly less diplomatic than I might have phrased it," Elena commented with an eye roll, "but accurate nonetheless." The group had followed my journey from abandoned patient to foundation founder, offering both practical advice and emotional support throughout the transition. Their collective wisdom had shaped aspects of the foundation's programs, ensuring services addressed real needs rather than merely theoretical solutions. "The sentencing hearing is next week," I shared during the discussion portion of the meeting. "Potentially the final chapter of the legal proceedings." "How do you feel about that?" Jessie asked, her genuine concern reflecting the group's emphasis on emotional processing alongside practical problem-solving. "Ready for it to conclude," I admitted. "The foundation is growing, my health is stabilizing, my life has moved so far beyond the crisis Daniel precipitated that continuing engagement with his legal consequences feels increasingly disconnected from my current reality." "That's actually healthy," Howard noted approvingly. "Moving from victim seeking justice to survivor building forward regardless of punishment outcomes." His assessment captured the transition I'd been experiencing, from measuring progress in terms of Daniel's accountability to defining success through the foundation's impact and my personal growth. While appropriate consequences remained important, they no longer occupied central focus in my life's narrative. After the meeting, Dr. Bennett approached with uncharacteristic hesitation. "I've been considering asking this for some time," he began, but wanted to ensure professional boundaries were appropriately maintained given our doctor-patient relationship. Curious about this unusual preamble, I waited for him to continue. "I've greatly valued our collaboration on the Foundation's medical initiatives," he said carefully, "and wondered if you might be interested in continuing that conversation in a more personal context, perhaps dinner next week?" The unexpected invitation momentarily surprised me, though in retrospect, our connection had evolved beyond strictly professional parameters through months of foundation development alongside my medical treatment. His ethical consideration of boundaries reflected the same principled approach he brought to patient advocacy and medical practice. "I'd like that," I replied, finding the prospect genuinely appealing. "Though I should mention I'm still processing the conclusion of a rather complicated divorce." "I'm aware," he acknowledged with a slight smile. "I've been somewhat involved in aspects of that situation. Perhaps we could start with dinner between colleagues and see where conversation leads without predetermined expectations." The thoughtful suggestion, beginning with simple connection rather than defined relationship, felt appropriate given our complex history and my ongoing recovery from Daniel's betrayal. Unlike the calculated approach that had characterized my ex-husband's relationships, Dr. Bennett offered transparent communication without manipulation or hidden agendas. "Dinner between colleagues sounds perfect," I agreed. "After the sentencing hearing next week?" "I look forward to it," he replied, his genuine warmth contrasting sharply with memories of Daniel's practiced charm. The following Tuesday brought the sentencing hearing where Daniel would face consequences for the financial crimes documented through months of investigation. Paige had prepared me for the proceedings, explaining the structured format and limited opportunity for defendant statements before sentencing. The federal courthouse projected institutional solemnity, high ceilings, formal architecture, security procedures emphasizing the serious nature of proceedings within its walls. Daniel appeared markedly different from our last encounter, his designer suit replaced by more subdued attire, his confident demeanor subdued into appropriate courtroom deference. Judge Harrison reviewed the case documentation methodically, acknowledging victim impact statements while focusing primarily on the established pattern of financial violations spanning multiple years and jurisdictions. Daniel's attorney presented mitigating factors including lack of prior criminal record and acceptance of responsibility through guilty pleas rather than trial proceedings. When offered opportunity to speak before sentencing, Daniel rose with careful composure. "Your Honor, I recognize my actions violated not just legal standards, but ethical obligations to those who trusted me. I accept responsibility for these failures and am committed to making appropriate restitution." The carefully crafted statement acknowledged wrongdoing in abstract terms without specifically addressing the calculated nature of his deceptions or their impact on those directly harmed. Even in this final accountability moment, Daniel maintained distance between actions and consequences, between technical violations and human damage. Judge Harrison's expression remained impassive throughout Daniel's statement, her extensive experience likely recognizing the difference between genuine remorse and strategic performance. When he concluded, she reviewed her notes briefly before delivering the sentence. "Mr. Harlow, this court has carefully considered both the extensive documentation of financial crimes committed over several years and the significant impact these actions had on multiple victims. The systematic nature of these violations, including international transfers designed to conceal assets, exploitation of medical vulnerability, and violation of fundamental privacy regulations, demonstrates calculated deception rather than momentary lapse in judgment." Her assessment directly addressed the pattern behavior that characterized Daniel's approach to both personal and financial obligations, recognizing the deliberate nature of choices made repeatedly over extended time periods. "The court sentences you to 48 months in federal prison, followed by 3 years supervised release. Additionally, you are ordered to pay restitution in the amount of $780,000 to the identified victims and forfeit all assets acquired through documented fraudulent activities." The sentence represented significant consequences: 4 years incarceration, substantial financial penalties, permanent record of federal felony convictions. While no punishment could fully restore what had been taken from those affected by Daniel's deceptions, the comprehensive accountability established that such calculated exploitation carried serious repercussions. As federal marshals prepared to take Daniel into custody, he glanced back briefly, his gaze finding mine in the gallery. Unlike previous encounters where he attempted manipulation through practiced expressions of remorse or concern, his face now simply reflected recognition, acknowledgement that the carefully constructed systems of deception had finally, completely, collapsed. That moment of eye contact lasted mere seconds before he was led away, but it carried the weight of final acknowledgement, not reconciliation or forgiveness, but simple recognition of reality fully exposed. The man who had calculated that I would be too ill, too overwhelmed, too financially compromised to effectively challenge his abandonment, now faced comprehensive consequences across multiple systems: legal, financial, professional, and personal. Outside the courthouse, spring sunshine contrasted with the institutional formality of the proceedings just concluded. Paige reviewed next steps regarding restitution distribution and ongoing civil matters, her efficient professionalism providing clear structure for the process ahead. "The formal legal proceedings are essentially complete," she summarized. "Monitoring of restitution payments will continue through probation services following his release, but your direct involvement is effectively concluded." "Thank you," I said simply, the words inadequate for the comprehensive advocacy she had provided throughout this complex journey. Not just for the legal representation, but for seeing the full picture when I was still struggling to understand what was happening. "You did the difficult work," she countered with characteristic directness. "You chose to pursue accountability rather than accommodation when that was the much harder path." As we parted, I checked my phone to find a message from Elena. Emergency. Application just came in. Young mother with lupus facing eviction while waiting for disability approval. Can we expedite assistance? The foundation work continued regardless of courtroom proceedings. Patients facing medical and financial crises needed immediate support while systemic changes gradually evolved. I texted back confirmation of expedited review, arranging to meet our financial advocate that afternoon to process emergency housing assistance. Life continued in its new patterns. Foundation leadership, health management, community engagement, personal redefinition beyond the identity of abandoned spouse or betrayed partner. The conclusion of legal proceedings represented not an ending, but a threshold crossing into a future defined by creation rather than response, by purpose rather than recovery. That evening, I sat on my back porch watching sunset colors paint the western sky. The same view I had shared with Daniel during our marriage now represented something entirely different. Not loss of partnership, but discovery of autonomy. Not diminished possibilities, but expanded purpose. My phone buzzed with a text from Dr. Sal. Bennett. Still on for dinner Thursday? There's a new bistro downtown with excellent gluten-free options that might accommodate your anti-inflammatory diet. The thoughtful consideration of my dietary requirements, part of managing my autoimmune condition, reflected the attentive care that characterized his approach to both professional and personal relationships. Unlike Daniel's performance of concern, Dr. Bennett's consideration emerged from genuine intention to support well-being rather than create impression of care. I responded affirmatively, looking forward to exploring this potential connection without predetermined expectations or agendas. Whatever developed, friendship, professional collaboration, possible romance, would emerge from authentic interaction rather than calculated performance. Natalie called as darkness settled fully across the landscape. "Just checking how you're doing after the sentencing," she explained, her protective instincts unchanged despite my increasingly evident capability. "I'm good," I told her, the simple assessment surprisingly accurate. "The foundation received an emergency application today that needs attention. Dr. Bennett and I have dinner plans Thursday. The support group is organizing a fundraising walk next month. Life continues in meaningful directions." "Without Daniel's chaos," she noted with satisfaction. "Without Daniel's chaos," I agreed. "Though I'm finding that my life is increasingly defined by what I'm creating rather than what I've overcome." That evolution, from survivor identity to creator identity, represented perhaps the most significant transformation of my journey. While Daniel's betrayal had initiated the difficult path through illness, abandonment, and financial crisis, the life emerging on the other side reflected my own values, priorities, and vision rather than merely response to his actions. The Medical Debt Relief Foundation, now helping dozens of patients navigate crises similar to what I had experienced, would continue growing regardless of my personal story with Daniel. The relationships formed through shared challenges, Elena, Howard, Dr. Bennett, Paige, Dorothy, would evolve based on mutual respect and authentic connection rather than performance or manipulation. My own health journey continued. Not miraculous recovery, but sustainable management. Not defeat by disease, but accommodation of reality. Not defining limitation, but navigating possibility within constraint. The experimental treatment that Daniel had dismissed as financially impractical was gradually improving my condition, demonstrating how profoundly misinformed his abandonment calculations had been. As night fully embraced the landscape, stars emerging in the clear spring sky, I reflected on Dorothy's wisdom from months earlier. The real question isn't whether a relationship can survive crisis, it's whether it should. Daniel's abandonment. When my health declined had initially seemed like devastating betrayal of marriage vows. With perspective gained through subsequent revelations, I now recognized it had merely revealed the fundamental inauthenticity of a relationship built on performance rather than genuine connection, on calculated self-interest rather than mutual commitment. The comprehensive exposure of his systematic deceptions, painful as that process had ultimately freed me to build something more authentic, more purposeful, and more aligned with my actual values than would have been possible within the constraints of our marriage. Tomorrow would bring foundation responsibilities, medical management, community engagement, and exploration of new relationships based on transparency rather than manipulation. The medical debt that had once seemed insurmountable had been resolved through successful insurance appeals and appropriate financial planning. The health condition that Daniel had calculated would render me dependent had stabilized into manageable, chronicity compatible with meaningful work and personal fulfillment. Most significantly, the inheritance he had dismissed as insignificant until discovering its true value was now generating systemic impact for others facing similar crises, transforming personal resources into collective solutions, private pain into public purpose, individual betrayal into community support. The woman Daniel had abandoned to medical debt and uncertain future had not merely survived his calculated betrayal. She had transformed it into a foundation that would continue helping others long after their personal story faded into background, context rather than defining narrative. That, perhaps, represented the most complete resolution possible. Not merely surviving crisis, but creating meaning that transcended it. Not simply recovering from betrayal, but building purpose beyond it. Not just managing illness, but discovering wholeness that accommodated it. The husband who left me with $100,000 in medical bills, then begged to return when my inheritance was revealed, had inadvertently initiated a journey toward authentic selfhood, meaningful purpose, and genuine connection that would have remained undiscovered had he actually honored those marriage vows he so calculatingly betrayed. For that unexpected gift of clarity through crisis, I could almost thank him. Almost. Up next, you've got 2 more standout stories right on your screen. If this one hit the mark, you won't want to pass these up. Just click and check them out. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss any upload from us.